final 2. Eu acho que a nave vai ganhar. Eu queria torcer pra Fnatic, por causa do meu irmão careca, Danca, mas a semifinal vai ser Loud e nave.
Acho que pra mim quem vai ganhar o jogo amanhã vai ser a Fnatic, eu acho que vai ser 3-1. Por quê? Porque os caras vieram fortes pro campeonato, botaram a Sentinels pra casa e eu acho que os caras vão querer enfrentar os Brazuca na final. Com o Loud.
Eu acho que quem vai ganhar é a Fnatic por causa dele.
Navi. They're just a better structured team. They're FPX pretty much. They have CNET, which is crazy.
I have Navi winning a town. I think in those BO5s, those really long games, the map doesn't matter that much. It's more kind of the team's individual strength and talent. And I think Navi just have a little edge on that. Amanhã quem ganha é a Nave. Não tem jeito. Estão muito fortes. A Nave ganha com certeza.
We started with 32 teams, and after today, we will be down to only 2. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Day 14 of Lock-In, the biggest VCT event ever. Today, it's the Omega Bracket Final, as best of 5 between Navi and Fnatic. I'm Dash, happy to be joined again by Mimi and Achilleos, and today we're bringing Hypoc onto the desk to help us break it all down, give us a little bit of EMEA representation in our EMEA grudge match. My friend, it's good to have you.
EMEA man.
Exactly.
What a time to do it.
Look, I would have it no other way.
It's like playing a unicorn in the wild, getting Hypoc on a desk.
I
it's
love
not
it.
something that happens very
I got plenty of thoughts from them on how yesterday's 5-game series broke down. But before we jump into today's matchup, I just wanted to get your thoughts. After it started 2-0 in favor of Loud, almost got ran back the other way. Just kind of your takeaways from yesterday.
I mean, I think I speak for everybody when I say thank God. that's the one to get out of the way first. But I mean, what an exciting game. We saw all 5. In my eyes, a little bit of the fake comeback. It fizzled out a little bit at the end for DRX, but a banging series nonetheless.
Yeah, well, yesterday we did see Loud. They went the distance and took down DRX in 5 maps, become the kings of the Alpha bracket. They'll face the winner of today's Omega bracket showdown between Navi and Fnatic. Let's go ahead and take a look back at these matches for these 2 teams, see how we got here.
Yeah, it may have been a bit of a fake comeback, but that is classic DRX, right? They can get to this point. Same deal as at Champions, where they look like they're going to rally back to BO5, make the reverse sweep happen, and then it falls flat in the last second. Still, it was an impressive game, and it's now we kind of look back towards the 2 teams that we get to see today. They've also had exciting runs. Neither of these squads that are matching up for a chance in the grand finals have lost a map yet.
Yeah, it's been really clean runs from both of these squads. I mean, both of them looking like absolute powerhouses. So when they do collide here today, I think it could lead to yet another 5-map series.
I think the only anomaly that sticks out here is actually that 100 Thieves game versus Fnatic on Icebox. That's the only real thing that sticks out. When you look at the numbers here, the round differential and the overall performances, that's the one that sticks out.
Yeah, and it sets us up for such a fantastic matchup here between Fnatic and Navi. Such a defining match of last year for EMEA. I mean, how many times have you seen this one, Mike?
I mean, the 2022, I think, head-to-head record sits at like 4-2. Obviously, there's a little different context in some of the matchups we saw. Obviously, elimination from Copenhagen is the one that kind of sticks in everyone's mind, but this is definitely kind of El Clasico V2 basically of EMEA.
Yeah, 2-0s all the way through for each of these squads. It means they've actually played very few rounds as compared to the teams on the other side of the bracket that they're looking to go up against tomorrow in the grand final. That, of course, does bring us to today, though. And it is no secret that Boaster, Durka, and the whole of Fnatic wants to lift a trophy. They find themselves in a position to once again achieve that dream. But the road has been long and difficult. Now, their journey started all the way back in 2021, where they came one step away from their ultimate goal, but it ended in tragedy as Fnatic fell to Sentinels in the Masters Reykjavik Grand Finals. Their troubles didn't stop there, unfortunately. They were struck down by Crew at Champions 2021 and cast asunder by Zeta Division in a return to Denmark. And while they still held hope, they were crushed by the mighty FPX and DRX at the end of 2022. But here in the year of 2023, the opportunity to right the wrongs of the past and attain the trophy that has long eluded them is squarely within their sights. Now, to help them achieve that goal, I have gathered some of the brightest minds that the Valorant scene has to offer in order to provide guidance and wisdom to aid Fnatic in their journey. Achilleos, I'm turning to you first, my friend. In that path towards glory, what does Fnatic need to do to get through today?
Win the series.
Helpful.
That's a good start. That's
Yeah.
I like that.
Loose.
Let's
Yeah.
make that the headline of that. That's the header of the outline. Can I get bullet point number 1, maybe?
Okay, all right. Big thing that you need to do, control Shao. This is great.
Oh my God, I love
the
this so
slain
much.
foes, shields resting on the ground as Boaster leads them to into battle. But yeah, Shao, take this guy down. He's been nigh unkillable so far in this tournament. Now holds, I think, the highest clutch percentage that we still have remaining in the event. And he has just been an absolute demon in the lobby. You need to be able to deal with this guy. And one of the people that's going to be able to do that is Durka. So that's going to be a lot. Don't give me that look. There's going to be a lot of pressure on Durka to be able to be the one to take him down.
All right, so we got bullet point number 1, but Mimi, I know it can't be a single point plan here to taking down Na'Vi. So what do you have to add on to the game plan here for Fnatic to get through today?
Yeah, I think it's going to take something more because this team really does look like they have an opportunity to win this one. I think that Fnatic is in a position where they are looking better than ever. But we've always said that every time. That is what Fnatic's storyline has been. And they've always fallen flat at the last moment, a match or two away from the grand finals. Their mental is caught up to them. They've played a close series, and it's felt like they've kind of choked things away. The fraud Fnatic storyline always keeps coming back, and today they have to keep their mental focused. Are you? Your mental okay?
Yeah, Hypok, you look unconvinced.
I mean, I'm not sold. I'm willing to sit here and say the number of times we have been I've been the one to say, come out regionally, Fnatic are the best team in the world. Right, we get to international events.
Clip it. Fnatic's the best team in the world.
They are plagued by curses and problems along the way. There's always something. There has to be. And the problem being today, they face off against Na'Vi. That's the OG super team. We're talking about Fnatic being EMEA super team. Na'Vi, FPX, they've always been the ones that, even for a long time.
Yeah.
How many times do we talk about the momentum building for FPX to win a title? Yes, we saw it. They were always the ones that actually come to international events were the dark horses to close out.
I was about to ask who hurt you, but I know who hurt you.
Fnatic, man. Fnatic.
It has been ups and downs for this squad. Oh, so close so many times, and you gotta wonder at a certain point how that like digs into your own psyche, right? That you start to just mind game yourself out of the opportunities.
Don't get me wrong, I'm here for it, right? I'm absolutely keeping open-minded
you're
with
contractually
this,
obligated to be here
just
for it.
Exactly. In the back of my mind, I just have all those conversations we've had where we've had to pivot away from talking about Fnatic lifting an international title.
Yeah, it just feels like there's some kind of block for this team, and maybe this is the event to make through. I want to believe again. I haven't been burned by them quite as many times as you have, Mike, and I want to put some faith that this is the roster that can do it, because I think they look absolutely fantastic with their additions in the offseason. I think they match Na'Vi as a super team, but there's still always that factor of this is the point where they always fall flat.
All right, we've laid it out. A couple key factors that we think Fnatic is going to have to achieve if they want to take this series, but we want to know how you think that this story will end in today's Twitter poll. Tell us if you think Fnatic's quest will be successful to make it to the grand finals and ultimately hoist that trophy. Make sure to use the hashtags VCTLockin and VCT so we can feature your tweets on the broadcast a little bit later. I mean, I already know where this guy sits. So it's not hard for me to know what he would be tweeting out when it comes to that. And we'll get to your guys' predictions a little bit later on. I'll let the community at home start to flood the airwaves with their thoughts as we go to a quick break. And then we'll come back. We'll have a deep dive on both of these squads. We'll see you back here in just a bit.
Welcome back to Lock In our best of 5 Omega bracket final. Well, these are two EMEA teams that have plenty of history between them. It's a rivalry through and through at this point. I think we can call it that. So let's talk about it. It's Na'Vi, formerly of FPX, that last time around got the upper hand.
Yeah, it was. And I think the thing to keep in our minds here is FPX historically, they did stumble regionally, right? And it was Fnatic that capitalized on that. You know, time and time again when we were having this head-to-head discussion, Fnatic came out on top. Like I said, that 2022 record for the head-to-head, 4-2. Obviously taking into account FPX's Copenhagen initial issues, but then the elimination there on the international stage.
Sure, but at the moments that it mattered, Na'Vi back then FPX were able to get a trophy. Fnatic is yet to do that. But headed into this year, both these teams have made changes, and I think both of them could be considered a super team. They both have incredibly deep pools of talent from that EMEA region. For Fnatic, just making that kind of upgrade of 2 new players in the supportive role, and for Na'Vi, just subbing in CNED, a guy who we know is a star. And I think in this matchup, it'll prove who really is that EMEA super team, who won the offseason in this region.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, both teams adding an immense amount of power here. Leo in particular has been looking fantastic for the side of Fnatic, but it really just comes down to, you know, who's going to be walking away victorious at the end of this all. That is going to be the EMEA super team. That is going to be the team starting the right foot forward as we get ready to go into the proper VCT leagues.
Well, let's see if we can even answer that question by working through some of the individual matchups that we're going to see out on the stage today. I think it's natural that we start with the IGLs, 2 of the best in the game in the region. It's Angel on one side, it's Boaster on the other.
Yeah, I think the style of these two, there's a lot of similarity, right? They're both some of the top EMEA teams. They both come in and kind of are able to cook up these new cool ideas. But for Fnatic, I think what has impressed me most in this one is the coordination with bringing these 2 new players in right before the start of the season, integrating them very well, and also having some great game plans to boot. Their game versus 100 Thieves, for example.
Well, the Icebox was a little shaky. The way they played that Fracture was fantastic, putting an emphasis on farming up these orbs and having really great set plays with their ultimates.
And the big key for me is actually we've seen an example here in Sao Paulo of Fnatic straying away from that kind of choreography, the set pieces and stuff. And I come back to that double duelist composition on Split. It's all focused around Durka, minimal utility. It's just cut and dry vanilla Valorant. And that's something that actually you come against Na'Vi, they got that slow burn style. They have those rock solid backline players that, you know, if CNED can't find those entries, you have players like Xiao and Zipan who, again, have had lights out performances. And then somebody that we only seem to talk about in highlight reels, but Sugetsu. Sugetsu time and time again bails Na'Vi out of rounds. Like, this back line of Na'Vi will be so problematic if Durka's not on form, if Leo's not clutch, if all these other win conditions Fnatic aren't online today.
This is one of your win conditions right here. Xiao popping off early, but the attacking rounds for Na'Vi here in this Leviathan series, Seth, they just popped off.
Yeah, and it was a bit, you know, interesting to see the swap up here. Angel stepping away from playing that smoker role, which is what we've widely seen him on, goes over to the Cypher, and the control from Na'Vi going through that map was just absolutely gorgeous. Angel himself, I mean, we're talking about these IGLs. He's had a bit of a renaissance performance here at this event. Just crushing people in the lobby where normally he's the one who's dead on the floor, calling from beyond the grave as far as the shot calling is concerned. But he is actually just kind of leading the charge here, much like we had Boaster in that graphic. You could do the same for Angel on the opposite side of the field.
Yeah, he's got his sword up in the air and is very much leading from the front in this one. But I think that Na'Vi this time has done a better job of harnessing that style, of being able to pretty much perma-put Angel on that Omen roll, teleporting in, taking space for this team, and then making really intelligent calls off of them. I think with the amount of just quality players you have on this roster as well, they're always able to kind of make up and find that decision in the mid-round off of Angel getting that initial information, which has been a big strength for them. They don't always have to rely on those preset new ideas. They're very much nebulous in what they do.
A lot of pressure in the matchup between the 2 shot callers, but for a closer look at how Na'Vi wins rounds, let's listen in on their comms during a defensive round against Leviathan in this in-zone open mic.
Put on bot, I can dog, you can kill our bot. Dude. They're in.
No, I'm in. I'm not sure he knows about or not.
Watch out, on bot.
I will spam right side, just pick.
Bro.
Toma está en uno, está en uno. Murió la pipa, está en uno el Omen, está en uno el Omen. El Omen está en uno, le pegué 100.
¿Le pasamos?
Está en uno. Nice. Cuidado el baiteo.
Puesta baiteo uno close. Vamos a ver mi flecha, 5 flechas, chicos. Seguimos info, el último.
Falta la fake, falta la fake, chicos.
Two upper out.
I'm flashing side. You have ulti. I'm flashing one more side.
I have camera, wait a bit.
We have molly as well.
Wait for plant.
Okay. Hold with me.
Upper.
Pick with me, Shao.
Go. Fighting.
You jump.
10 seconds till I.
I'm marking.
Take.
Not planting. I have eye.
Ay, throw.
Wait.
Mira pasillo.
Default on green box.
No,
You're insane, bro.
This was very good, bro.
Top-level communication, but it's also helpful when one guy just hits like 5 headshots in a row and aces the entire score.
This is the thing, right? You think back to like when they had Artists, it was very rare that they would double down on these opening engagements. When you have this backline, send Angel forward, send CNED forward. If they get a kill, cool. That's a 3v5. Xiao is just digs his heels in and just completely bails them out. That's always a possibility in some of these rounds for Na'Vi.
So Xiao was obviously the clutch player over there on Na'Vi. We also have one that we have to recognize on the side of Fnatic. It's Leo.
Yeah, absolutely. Leo, we have been waiting for this guy to show us everything he can do. A very long-awaited guy to perform on an absolute top team in EMEA. And he's been popping off thus far this tournament. For the side of Fnatic, he is that clutch guy. He has been able to come out in these late-round situations and win things out for them. Well, he hasn't had a huge amount of opportunities compared to what Xiao has been able to do. It is that late round pressure. Even if it isn't that 1vx clutch situation, it's the solid decision making in the late rounds that I think gives strength to both of these players.
Yeah, I mean, they've just been absolutely incredible to watch, and now being able to have them score off against one another and really just prove who's going to be the superior player in that regard, I guess, is going to be really interesting to see who comes out on top. Because, like Hybok's saying, you can never really count Xiao out of these rounds, but the same could be said from what we've seen for Leo so far on Fnatic.
I think actually, Leo stands is almost the raid boss. Like, he has no first deaths. This event so far. He hasn't died first in a single round for Fnatic, which is crazy. If he's still alive, his utility usage, his supportive play is always going to be a factor for that mid-round for Fnatic.
I mean, so either squad is going to be confident they end up in a clutch situation with either of those two players alive.
But Hypok, there's also the question of whether or not you're going to end up in too many clutch situations when you've got the kind of firepower that each of these squads have in CNED and Durka.
Yeah, this is such an exciting head-to-head to look at, especially with how Durka's been playing so far. CNED, I'd say until we see that kind of consistency establish itself, this is a guy who went through a turbulent journey post the Champions win back in 2021, but so far so good for me. CNED looks as if he's willing to be in a position where he's supported. He has that faith in the rest of his teammates to go forward and find kills.
Yeah, and the support for both of these players has been excellent, but I think what has been the most impressive for me is the way that Chronicle and Leo have put so much emphasis on allowing Durka to thrive. It feels like this guy, he's always been a world-class player, but he's been waiting for that world-class support.
Yeah, don't get me wrong, I love the chamber meta too at times, Achilleos, but getting back to Jets with these two players on the main stage, that feels right.
No, it does, and it's going to be a fantastic clash, but it does kind of give me a reason to have some concern about Na'Vi in the long term, because we do need to see some more flexibility when it comes down to what CNED can play. For now, I think that they're perfectly safe. He looks great on the Jet. He looks great with that AWP in his hands, but as we move on, as the meta evolves, I will still be curious to see if Na'Vi can continue to mold him into a stronger player.
Just quickly on that, I think in terms of future-proofing, Durka has already demonstrated his willingness to go aggressive with rifles, and Fnatic building rounds literally around that entire ethos, which is Durka, regardless of the weapon, we're still willing to take that space away and be proactive.
You also see that in the roles. It feels like Durka's been a lot more willing to play the Raze, to swap things up on occasion, whereas for CNED, he is still very much, we're going to put him on Jet whenever we can.
If I'm going to be honest, if I had to pigeonhole a role that is most required to have confidence in, it's got to be the duelist, right? If you're going to be taking those initial fights, you want to see each of these players stepping onto the stage, knowing that their whole team is behind them in whatever fights they decide to take.
Absolutely, and I'll probably follow up and say that's probably Jet within the duelist pool. That it's Jet that requires that.
All right, well, both of these players have it. Now, we've also had a lot of Valorant this month, but for those of you that don't know, Game Changers supplements the competitive season by creating new opportunities and exposure for women and marginalized genders within Valorant esports. It's an incredible stepping stone for these players to move on to the international stage. We produced a documentary on the Game Changers World Championship in Berlin last year, and it's premiering in just a few weeks. But here's a sneak peek.
teams land in Berlin for the first ever Game Changers World Championship. They have dominated their region domestically.
Doesn't really matter if you're the best in the region.
Come on, guys, focus up! What the f are you doing?
Having the first international LAN is going to be very pivotal. We're making history.
How are you doing this to them?
You're amazing.
You're amazing.
You're good.
You're insane.
You're insane.
In the head.
True.
When does this premiere? You're amazing. I want to see this. You're amazing. You're amazing. I love that so much. Oh my goodness. What a great spotlight. I'm sure that the documentary will deliver on every level, as the Game Changers tournament has delivered on every level as we've seen it in the past.
Yeah, absolutely. I had the privilege of working that event. I think it surpassed all expectations. It was a fantastic display. I think OG just has good things to show for the future of that scene.
And the personalities in that scene are just so good.
Yeah.
You got a little taste of it in that video, but those players were popping off. Very fun.
Fire in that preview right there. Now, earlier in the show, we took a Twitter poll asking you if Fnatic will be successful in their trophy quest. The results are in. Let's get the reveal. And the answer is pretty definitively yes. 61.8% of Twitter users say they will be successful in their quest. Hypoc doubters be damned.
Yeah, I haven't got much to say to that. Obviously, EMEA is woken up. This is us huffing as we usually do, but just bear in mind this is EMEA versus EMEA. That's all I got to say. Anything is possible when these two, and we've seen it historically. Anything is possible in this matchup.
60-40 feels like a reasonable amount of Fnatic copium to huff for me. That feels like just the right amount.
I feel like that's a significant lack in faith in Na'Vi and what they've been able to pull off with this roster.
What games have they been watching?
In. I mean, they look incredible. If this was a 50-50, I'd be like, okay, I can understand it. But that much of a delta between the two teams, that's actually surprising to me.
All right, so this exact conversation that's happening right now is why I want to throw to a 2-minute break. See if the Twitter users have swayed my analysts in any way, shape, or form. When we come back, we'll dive into our predictions, and then we'll get onto that stage, and we'll watch these teams do battle. See you here in just a bit.
We are currently top 4 at an event. That's kind of hype. I don't know when the last time was that we were top 4.
Yeah, honestly, during that second half on attack side and we started losing rounds, it did feel like I didn't know what to do. None of my kind of original planning was working, and I wasn't really sure why. I'm always a bit rusty calling on that map, it feels like. So it was a weird match. I need to watch it back fully to actually understand what the hell was actually happening.
And very indicative that there's no presence. And Alpha, this position, does find one and a second. The Turkish superstar, the kid himself,
oh my God,
Darker in unison.
And our next opponent is Na'Vi. Now that's going to be a bit of a revenge grudge match there, especially who's going to take the crown for EMEA finals and hopefully take that trophy as well. Yeah, and then obviously he's a great IGL, you know, he did it in CSGO and he's come to Valorant and he's still at the top of his game. Like, he's made a team that is one of the top teams in the EMEA. That's a feat that can't be going unnoticed, you know? So you got to put respect when respect is due. However, when we're on a server, only disrespect. So I'm not really scared of them. We've actually upgraded our roster and I want to beat them. So like, they know that we're coming for them. So it's just about how they're going to prepare for us as well. Last time we played them and we lost, Sugetsu did this to me and then waved me goodbye. So I'm not going to do it back. However, that is imprinted in my brain, and I'm Michael Jordan, and it's like, what's that word where he says, I will remember. I took that personally. I did take that personally, so Sugetsu, there'll be no crying tears, for, only for you tonight, baby.
How can you not love that man? Now, here's the deal. I was hoping that 2-minute break would let these analysts stew and maybe sway them into the Fnatic camp.
I'm glad we watched that.
But then when Boaster opens up by going, I didn't know what to do. All of a sudden, I'm starting to walk things back.
And the thing is as well, we're talking about Angel, which early on, Boaster, that was who he idolized. He wanted to become or have that status as the IGL, and Angel was who he assimilated that to.
Yeah, you heard it there. Massive respect between the two shot callers. Of course, he did say only disrespect within the server.
He did say that, but I don't know if he's going to get the opportunity to disrespect them, because what he said there, what you talked about, that really scares me, because that's been the issue in the past, where Fnatic gets to late stage of the tournament, they run out of ideas, they start making solo plays, whereas Na'Vi, I've never really seen them have that same issue where they do run into that brick wall.
The one thing I will say, he calls out the Sugetsu thing. If anything, I just want to see Fnatic's winning moment, right? Because they always come out with some really great celebrations.
But imagine if they do lose this series and then Sugetsu just gets to re-imprint that into his brain a second
double
time.
imprinted.
The second set of B-roll.
All right, get those whiteboards up. Get those whiteboards up. We're running out of
right.
time. We got to get some predictions in. So after all of this discussion, Mimi's wasting no time. She's throwing her weight behind Na'Vi.
I clearly put a lot of effort into this drawing, but yeah, I think they're going to win this match.
In a dominant fashion, we go the full 5. What are you thinking?
I think that there will be at least a map taken here for Fnatic. I think this match should be close, but I think Navi's the favorite.
Okay, for me, it's the viewers. The viewers are going to win.
Yeah, well, you're not wrong.
But also Navi.
But also Navi.
Two cop-outs.
Double cop-out. Hi, Park, bring it home.
Is that a cop-out? I said Navi.
It's lucky because my drawing is awful. Yeah, I'm sticking to my guns.
I'm actually kind of impressed.
Is me saying Fnatic can take a map a cop-out?
Started a little too high there.
Same question to you that I gave to Mimi, though. Do you think we go that can Fnatic take it to 5 and make it close? Or
I think we will see a long series. Yeah, I'm thinking minimum 3-1.
I'm 3-1 with you as well.
Minimum 3-1, 3-1, and
I'm also 3-1.
3-1. Well, look, I fought for 5 games yesterday. The team's delivered. I'm fighting for 5 again today, regardless of who comes out on top. So I hope they give it to us. We got one EMEA team heading to the grand finals tomorrow. Will it be Na'Vi or Fnatic? That's really the big question. We've broken down so many of the beautiful individual matchups. We got Boaster, we got Angel, we got CNED, and we've Durka, thank you very much. I just lost my brain for a moment. Let's find out, though, if we can get that full 5 games as we get this best of 5 started. Day 14 of lock-in starts right now. It's an EMEA battle for the ages. A grudge match through and through. Fnatic on one side, Na'Vi on the other. Only one gets to make the trip to the finals tomorrow to challenge Loud for that international title. My big question, though, is what's Boaster cooking up?
It better be something, because I think they have their work cut out for him here. Obviously, everybody here on the desk feeling like Na'Vi have the upper hand. Boaster himself saying, like, I didn't know what to do in this previous series. He needs to have something cooked up here to deal with this team.
I counter that with this roster now being the super team. I don't think we're going to see Fnatic pulling out, you know, quirky comps or anything like that. I think they're just going to stick to their guns with what we've seen demonstrated previously here in Brazil.
I think the initial game plan has to be good, but where this matchup is going to be important when it gets to the late round, when it gets the adaptation, because in the past, that's where Boaster's calling has struggled against Angel.
We're diving into the map select. I always have curiosities when neither team has yet to drop a map in this series, when neither team has really been pushed that far. How do you approach, especially as you elevate from 3 to best of 5, Hypoc?
Oh, well, actually, just to quickly divert off away from this, Na'Vi's permaban being Haven, but they're taking Icebox off the cards here for Fnatic, so maybe not liking what they've seen so far, and actually Fnatic going to open up with Haven.
No surprise then. They pick that Haven if you're going to leave it open.
Last year, when we saw this matchup, every time Na'Vi would want to ego chow this Icebox, not ban it, go into that matchup. The one time they did beat Fnatic, though, they banned that map away. Haven as a start is a strong one for Fnatic, but Na'Vi also will feel fairly comfortable on that map. They do get the Lotus out, though, which we haven't seen from Fnatic just yet.
About to say, I'm a happy man. We get some Lotus play today.
I mean, Fnatic, they have had some good compositions, some good strategies when new maps come out. Thinking back all the way to, you know, Champs 2021, when they had that fracture, they absolutely smashed DRX on that map, and now we will get to see them selected as well.
Yeah, so another comfort pick for Fnatic there in Fracture. Those are the 3 maps that we're guaranteed to see. Haven, Lotus, Fracture. Split will be the response, though, if we manage to go to 4.
I am interested to see Split being picked this early. I was expecting that one to be really floated deep into this veto, because Ascent is still open. And for Na'Vi, that is normally a map that they love picking into early in series.
Well, yesterday, Ascent was our decider. It will be that again if we're lucky to get all 5.
Yeah, I feel like the later this goes, the more it leans in favor of Na'Vi. So if we do see all 5 here, I feel like Ascent is almost a home run for Na'Vi to close out this series.
While I'm interested in seeing Fnatic and what they're going to do on Lotus, as well as if Na'Vi can have cleaned it up, I am a little bit concerned about this Haven, because we did see Furia pushing Fnatic to the brink. Yes, they had a really clean start, 13-6 versus Sentinels. Then they get pushed into an 18-16 overtime to have to take down Furia. They're in their map pick. I want to see if they've improved the strategies here, or if Na'Vi, have they left this open because they think they can counter-strat.
Moving right along, we're already into our prime gaming agent select to see what each of these rosters wants to bring to the table when it comes to their firepower and utility.
Thus far, no changes on the side of Fnatic. It has been a while since we've seen Na'Vi on this map, but it looks like they're picking into a pretty standard comp here. The double initiator composition really centered around finding CNET value in the early rounds. You won't have that raise for long gambits, but you will have CNET to take that space.
Exactly. I think this is just the adjustment we expect from Na'Vi is the way they approach A lobby on the defensive side. And with CNET on that operator, this comp is literally built as a support system for him.
Map number 1 really does set us up for this Durka versus CNET matchup being absolutely pivotal.
And I wouldn't have it any other way. We're all set for this best of 5 series between Fnatic and Na'Vi, so let's send it over to our casters. Here's Doug and Bala.
Thank you, Dash. A battle of the best from EMEA with a date against Loud on the line in a best-of-5 setting. The map pool looks good. The storylines write themselves. This is what we've been waiting for as we saw these two teams on this same side of the bracket.
Yeah, this is just going to be amazing. Both teams in raw form. 6-0 maps. They haven't dropped one up to this point, so we just couldn't wait to get started. And I also want to say, we already have a guaranteed repeat player winner for a tournament of this level, so this couldn't be more exciting to get into. Fnatic will start on the defense. Na'Vi will start on the attack.
And it seems like the attack is going to be a lean towards A early on. We've talked so much about the battle between CNET and Durka, and it is Durka who's taking first contact, and of course he drops Xiao right off the bat, but the trade comes through.
Immediate trade, but they've lost their smokes, and not even Heaven smoked. So it's going to be hard for them to work in this site. They're going to give a flash to CNET. He's looking for something.
Oh, and he might find it! But Leo's looking for some of his own. Boaster's the first to fall. Chronicle swinging around, and it's a pinch. CNET had no options. He had nowhere to go.
Only 20 HP.
And it does not look good for Alpha here. He's going to show up a bit late to the party. By the time he arrives, the spike will be down, post plants will be assumed, and the round will likely be decided.
Oh, unless Angel gives away his life.
He is a little weak here. 77 HP. He does have a frenzy.
Yeah,
Sugetsu is taking damage as well.
Tri-way peek here. They've got a triangle covering him. And he's darted too. Sugetsu wants it.
Sad spray.
So that was tough for him, though. That entire round, he was not sure whether to rotate or not.
Yeah.
Fnatic had flooded in the site. They had canceled the smokes, but it wasn't clear whether Na'Vi was actually going to commit, even once CNED dashed into the site.
Right.
So Alfir has to hold his ground over towards the seaside, and you can give him as much rope as you want. That's really tough for him to win no matter what.
Classic Na'Vi buy after winning the pistol. 3 rifles and then 2 pistols. Sugetsu with the 3-0 start too.
Yeah, that's huge. His flank up short late, also super important. You think that's an A heavy lean. Dirk with the Sheriff again. He did get that 1 tap earlier on the pistol rounds.
Playing around the dart. Trying to spam out under the wall. He is going to get tagged by the drone and has to back up just for now.
And this is going to be interesting. Na'Vi doesn't have the breach. They don't really have the same tools to fight for a lobby.
Yeah.
But they still have gone here twice, despite Chronicle being able to stun easily and set up Durka very well.
You feel like you lack the same amount of go button, so to speak, without breach in the fold. Now the knife being cleared out. There's still some time for them to think through this. A massive kill out from CNED too.
Just finding these early picks, and CNED getting going against Durka is super important. Both of these guys, the stars for their team, they have been playing so well. But the call from Angel to rotate back over to C after that first pick leads right into Boasters.
And Alfir with
Mostly
the
stack here. Everybody's here. There's already a kill out.
He gets one, he gets the second. There's no way. There's just no way.
And how do you pivot with 20 seconds on the clock?
I mean, you can't. You gotta commit, you gotta go.
Fnatic has won 0 eco rounds up to this point, but it's still a 3v3.
Alfir looking to change the tides of that. Not able to do so, falls. 9 seconds left, there's not a lot of time here. The rifles need to come through. 2v1 here, Leo weak, and the spike down. Leo waiting patiently to pounce to see who's gonna be the first to challenge, to potentially throw a life away. Oh. And Zipan gets 3. 1 HP at the end, though.
How does he survive that?
I don't know.
My goodness. That's the type of round that you really don't expect Na'Vi to struggle with. They've been so solid on the anti-ecos.
Dude, I thought Alfir was a little early on the swing, too.
I think that rush to it actually allowed him to get that second one, too, because everybody was so split up. I thought that range was insane to get that kill. Either way, Fnatic continue not to win any ecos, even though that one was very close. And it does kind of hurt Na'Vi when they go for that Na'Vi-esque buy. But they still have 4 rifles. It's just ridiculous, the staying power, no matter what happens on that eco.
Yeah, it's almost guaranteed. That wasn't. As Leo gets the best of CNED. That is one of the rifles down, too.
And the crazy part is Leo is what? 8-0 for first kills and first deaths, make it 9-0.
That's criminal.
And you can tell he's taking duels against some of the best players in the world.
Yeah, he's not playing it safe, right? Like, he's being aggressive, taking those challenges. Zipan trying to take some space towards Link, not able to do so. Spike planted, and they have Util sitting right on it, too.
No, there's a second molly that will deny a little bit. But there's no reflanks, no pressure from anywhere else. This is going to be a battle of spam.
It is. Numbers advantage in favor of Fnatic here. Chronicle does have a flash to work with too. Boaster's going to be on the tap. Massive kill out from Alfir and from Leo. Boaster should be able to hold this the entire way. Xiao, who had nothing but a pistol to start off the round, gets cleaned up. Prime Gaming flawless. This Fnatic get on the board.
Perfect round.
I was a very excited fan.
And it all starts with Leo taking that duel against CNED. In those situations that, again, Fnatic is the tools to be taking those fights in a lobby. And Na'Vi has been pushing the issue every round so far. It's a major part of their game plan. We'll see if that has to change up early on in this game. So far, it's the same old story.
Yep. Na'Vi playing this a bit patiently early on. but still wanting to take some space up short. Now that dart being cleared gives you some info on where the members of Na'Vi are.
So funny to see Xiao playing the controller here. It's the same switch that they do up on Pearl, where Angel will play the Sova, rather than Xiao playing the Initiator.
2 spotted there on that drone. The 3rd concealed, at least for now, but I wonder if that's enough. I wonder if that's enough of a tell.
There is a pivot coming from Fnatic.
Yeah, it's going to be on Alfier, depending on which way he decides to go. The rest of the members of Fnatic are on the side. Durka down in hell, bringing CNET down with them. Still staying alive, still healthy for now as Boaster joins in on the fun. The spam through the box as Angel falls. Xiao left in this 1v4. And he's being surrounded. He's being outnumbered as he's being gunned down. Durka with 3, and we're tied at 2 apiece.
But it's also broken the economy of Na'Vi, which starts so strong, but ends up right now they're going to have to save Durka having a monster start. He's had a monster start on every single Haven that Fnatic has seen.
The guy's just good for it, man.
He's on track for one of the best tournament performances of all time, despite how many people doubt.
Yeah.
Up there with tens at Reykjavik, Yay at Masters Berlin, some of the more shortened formats. Granted, this is also a shortened format, but almost 280 ACS is ridiculous.
And he continues to push the pace.
I like that too, smoking as if he's falling back, but just going right through. But Angel takes care of him. That's all the way down short. I thought that was through Garage, but no, that was the fight on the other side of the mat that we just moved away, because it looked like for sure they were not going to challenge. But it was Angel getting up into the pocket in a lobby with no dart coming in from Leo there, or at least being obscured from it. That's a great angle to fight down short.
And he's rewarded for a kill on the really the hottest player that we were just mentioning on the side of Fnatic.
And speaking of Fnatic struggles on ecos, Na'Vi has been dangerous on these rounds.
They're gonna get a chance at another. Alfier, he's taking a lot of damage. He's trying to take the fight. He does take care of Zipan. CNET's timing just a little late. You try to dash through the suck, and he survives.
He gets out the gravity well, but they do even things up, so much damage being done on so many players.
I mean, this round just feels so tense because you would think it's normally all good. But as you were saying, Na'Vi have been so excellent in these situations.
25 seconds, they didn't even break that turret. That was the whole point that CNED was trying to challenge in the garage against Alpha earlier, so they've got all the information right now.
Note here, a 3v3, Fnatic have lost 2 members, but no rifles have been picked up on the side of Na'Vi. They do not have an advantage on guns. They haven't been able to equalize the round. Alfier takes care of 1, the 2nd served up on a silver platter, and the 4th to boot. Alfier cleans up the round almost by himself.
I would add Leo's dart there to end that round too. They're trying to wait for a smoke to come out and log so that they can maybe make a play through it. But how do you have the 15 seconds patience to wait out that dart with Alfier backside? Oof. Dangerous, yes, but they deal with it. And it was that duel between Alfier and CNED in Garage that I think was super pivotal to actually deny Angel's game plan entirely there.
No command use instantly, and the Dark had so much info.
But they won't have stun, they won't have flashes here to actually delay this push, so this is really dangerous here.
No, Durka's not here. Durka's on the other side of the map. He has an op, and Boaster somehow manages to swing around to get that kill. Leo holding things back on the side. He gets 3.
Things looking very reminiscent of that first map that we saw from Fnatic against Sentinels, where no matter how dire the situation looks for Leo, for Boaster, it ends up coming out that the last player remaining on that site gets all of the spoils for Fnatic. And instantly they force them back, reset their economy, and they've called a timeout. Na'Vi has to figure out how to adjust this game plan because, like I've said, it's been 5 rounds of A-Lobby presence at the beginning.
Yep.
And that one particularly, you saw the danger of walking into that. There was the breach stun that came out, the recon dart from Leo.
That tagged almost everyone.
That tagged everyone.
Yeah.
And I wonder if Zipan is the main guy to break that dart normally, but he had to activate his ult instead. I do like the use of the ult at the beginning of the round because a lot of times as you get later in this Haven half, the breach Chronicle will end up delaying his stun just a little bit more to maybe do it off of contact or set up a trap play.
Oh, and not to mention too, Durka has been aggressively taking that space down short, so you get rid of the dash if you want to isolate him specifically. 15 seconds left in this timeout. Na'Vi throwing a pause on things for now.
And this is definitely a Doom Bros timeout immediately.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's called during the eco rounds. And again, they have been dangerous in these rounds, but this is an overall game plan adjustment timeout. And I think you have to start working towards threatening the C-split, threatening the garage, threatening mid. Especially before Fnatic starts to pivot towards sending Durka down mid, because that has been so dangerous.
I mean, he was a fiend pushing down mid on defense last time we saw him on this map.
Against Furia, that was one of the main ways that they were getting back in the game. I don't think Fnatic want to lean on that against a team like Na'Vi, who are so good with the defaults, but it's obviously a threat.
All eyes on CNET. It is a Blade Storm. And we've talked about how good Na'Vi have been in these situations, but you really expect CNET to be the one to open things up. He makes some noise garage, drop a couple of cloud bursts. But again, look at how Fnatic are set up defensively. They haven't fully committed to this. Boaster should get a good bit of info here too.
Yeah, he's just peeking that corner.
One spotted.
Essentially taking Durka's position from the rest because he wants to opt towards C instead.
Leo is close by. The shock dart's there, but Boaster gets the kill right beforehand. Boaster with the second as well. 3 pistols remaining on the side of Na'Vi. Make that 2. And what can Sugetsu do? Nothing. What a clean round out from Fnatic.
It starts to become a point where you think they're honestly feeding into this ASI, feeding into Leo, who has such a ridiculous start, 10-2.
I still don't think he's died first.
No, not even close. I think he's only taken 1 duel, but throughout this entire tournament, 9-0, including that one against CNET earlier. Here's the gun round. Here's where this pivot will matter. And also, look at Durka Chronicle. The position right now looks like they want to go down mid, like we talked about.
You know, you talked about it. They may be hesitant to do this against how well Na'Vi's default is, but Fnatic showing confidence in that strategy, and he's going to get some space mid, but Na'Vi taking C.
They've swapped the op to Alpha here too, so he's kind of stuck here. Leo has to join him.
There's no dash, and Tipman gets 2 massive kills. Alpha's shot goes just a bit wide as CNET cleans him up. A 5v2 now as the round just kind of crumbles. Spike delayed for just a moment. But as I say, second time should be the charm. What can Durka find? Are they going to be expecting his positioning? Are they going to be expecting his timing? Yeah, Sugetsu's there. He's ready. He's waiting for it, and that's a flawless round out from Na'Vi.
That's just a matter of, number one, the game plan pivot that Na'Vi did out of the timeout, conditioning them on the eco to not be super concerned about a rush coming through in the garage.
Yeah.
So using that very wisely. And then secondly, the gamble from Fnatic to send Durka down mid doesn't work out for them because you're rushing C. You're basically giving up a whole portion of the map. And Alfir has no way to actually challenge with the op and back sight when you're getting pushed as hard as you are.
Hey, Durka was just stuck in such an awkward spot. Do you commit to the flank? Do you rotate back? Both of those take time. On a fast hit, seconds are gold. It seems like there's going to be another fast hit towards C.
Alfir's stuck here.
Boaster's close by, though.
Whoa.
Alfir.
They're not paying attention.
And Leo, too. The Hunter's Fury's good. Sugetsu able to take care of Alfir. Drop the lockdown. And they still have a chance to rotate out here, but look at how much space Durka's taking.
CNET's kind of stuck with the spike.
How do they choose to play this? No one detained.
Oh, he made noise too.
But everyone around, and you're right. Betrayed by the footstep.
Look at the flank from Durka as well. That's with an op, so... with the ult going out now.
But that thing's been a long time cooking. He's got to get there. And you're not expecting it, yeah. Angel stuck with utility out. Chronicle cleans up the round. Fnatic full sails ahead.
What a solid round there from Leo and Fnatic. Recognizing, okay, they're going for some fast garage control here. Alpha just gonna play in an angle that, yes, does make him super isolated, and also no way to escape. It feels like a one and done there, but with Leo's ult coming in, off of whatever noise contact that they had, the chaos that is actually going down in Garage forces Alfier to get a kill. It's honestly free for him.
Literally was. It was the turret that got it.
And so much damage too. No way to recover in the chaos that was.
Pop flash out, CNED taking space. They want to try to test the waters across the middle of the map. Boaster knife, he's not going to have any util. He's been darted too. Boaster in a terrible spot, and CNED punishes. And it seems like they filled in right behind him. Look at how Chronicle's taking the space that Boaster just vacated. Can he find more success? Yes, he can.
They have to fall out with the lockdown too, and people are split here. Zippon did not get into window. So they have to try to find a way to vacate him from that spot.
A momentary lull in the round as everything just kind of resets.
They check though.
I don't think they do. Oh, they do! Oh, they do, but it doesn't matter. How much more can he find? Hello, surprise, there's someone there! How does Zipan get that one?
And Durka has the wrong read. So just walking over, let Zippon play his life in the 3v3 works out. That's the level of trust that any player in this server can have about their teammates.
Yeah.
Both of these teams just stacked from top to bottom with talent. Yeah. And I mean, there's a number of players that are having their best tournament performance of their life.
Yeah.
Zippon is one of them.
I mean, there have just been so many questions historically for players on both these teams, right? And we've got to talk about it, right? Historically, Fnatic struggles, right? This time, they seem so comfortable. The Fraudnatic or whatever has not reared its ugly head. Angel's another one who's feast or famine, and he has not. He's been all feast.
Yeah.
Man, he hasn't really had those historic Angel moments.
Yeah.
Right? So you look at this and you go, holy smokes, these two teams right now are playing at their very best form. Yeah. Whatever demons they've had in their past that have plagued their tournament runs have not appeared. And that's what makes this match so exciting, right? Because this is genuinely good against good. There hasn't been any fear or any concerns or any asterisks on their run so far.
Yeah, the biggest ones, CNED's addition to the team, yada, 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 all have been answered for both sides.
Oh, they want to go fast?
Yeah, Dirk is here. They've got a high-low setup. Alfier's trying to get up into the cubby.
Oh, but the flash. The flash, the dart. He's in the cubby, though. He's in the cubby, and he's patient. Oh, no. Dear. Oh, that's okay. They saved the day. They saved the round. That could have been disaster. But Durka from the back line makes sure it does not get that far. As you get to left alone, the round over almost as quickly as it started. What an impossible situation. Everyone clicking on the side of Fnatic. And we'll just choose to ignore Alfier's initial first stray bullets.
Hey man, he got the kill. He got the kill and survived enough for Durka to get another one. That shut down the round. And maybe that one round Durka tries to go fast mid, ends up not paying off for them, but this gamble did. And I wouldn't even call this one entirely a gamble. Once Durka sets up Alfier, he can leave.
Yeah, absolutely.
And rotate back over towards A. Either way, incredibly solid start from Fnatic.
Interesting.
From Durka, from Leo. And we're going to have a last round timeout here from Mini. Fnatic is one of these teams that can pull out a crazy strat at any point, one that they haven't shown. On defense, usually, though, those are super aggressive. And obviously, the one time they've gone for that, it hasn't necessarily panned out quite yet. And you have to have the right read on exactly how Navi is playing the default.
Yeah.
I think if you call a timeout here, that's the type of thing that I'm definitely expecting.
You know, it's funny, I saw Mini for just a few moments before the series started, and you know, you've spent time around Mini. He's generally very level, right? not super expression, generally very calm and flatline. But there was something about him when I saw him earlier today, that was just an additional level of just cold, right? He was
really?
He was in his mind palace, and I think, I mean, you're seeing it pay off, and also it's just interesting to see him call a timeout here. Yeah, it's the last round of the half, so you want to make sure you secure it, but it really feels like Mini's clicking on something a little extra right now. Blade Storm used from CNED right off the bat.
I wonder as well if it's just an element of mind games to play against Angel, because you know both these sides love to engage in them. Durko! He popped his knives for why? That's a huge mistake for the top fragger in the server right now, and it might give Na'Vi a way back into this half. Look at the long play as well. They've actually pivoted so much off of this.
Yeah.
Angel and Zippon are contacting A right now.
And they are going to rotate over. Once they realize that the site is empty and that they can really do whatever they want here.
What is the call here? Is this relying on the fact that they have the Astral Wall out from Boaster to go for a retake? Not quite sure. Either way, Plant's going to go down. They're going to scramble like ants.
Zippon his ult, and there it is. Queued almost instantly.
Boaster's away from this, though. He could still pop his ult.
Surely you invested here. You don't have a lot of time to think this through, though. The spike has been ticking for a few seconds.
That makes it think that there's not going to be any flank, but they've just broken the turret. So Sugetsu is back at it.
I mean, yeah, this is so tough because Angel's close by as well. The thing is, they're drawing so much attention on to taking care of Boaster, but that's okay because the remaining members of Na'Vi are able to clean things up on their own. Leo not able to pull off any heroics. And it's a 7-5 half for Na'Vi.
Massive round there. I mean, I'm not sure what happened with Durka popping up his knives and dying to Shao, who TP'd across, yes, to get the early angle advantage. But Durka not ready for it.
Yeah, stays just a little long. I apologize. I know it said it's a 7-5 half for Na'Vi. What I meant was Fnatic. The round goes in favor of Na'Vi. And again, you talk about, especially on Haven, an 8-4 versus 7-5 is night and day. It's entirely different. So, yeah, excellent performance out of both teams in this opening half. In this opening best of 5, we're going to throw it to Yinsu, who's standing by with Mimi. Not Mimi from the desk, but Mimi from G2, actually. Yinsu, take it away.
That is right, Doug and Bala. I've got Mimi with me. There is a world champion in the building, ladies and gentlemen. Mimi, I got to ask you, what did you think of that first half?
I think that it looks good for both teams, honestly. Like, it's winnable for both of them. So I think it's just about who really is most focused right now.
Is there anyone that you're leaning towards at all? They're both EMEA.
I mean, I'm leaning towards the winning team, but it seems like the crowd is more on Fnatic's side. And I think that will be very good for EMEA tomorrow. So maybe Fnatic?
Maybe there will be a couple of fans tomorrow that's not supporting Loud. We'll see. You are, of course, a world champion. You won a trophy last year. I want to ask you, what's the secret? Because Loud, they look very scary right now. What do these teams need to do after today if they want to actually bring it home?
Oh, that's really, really hard because obviously you need a lot of skill to beat a player like Aspas, but also you need to have so much fun and just enjoy the moment.
Is Aspas, you would say, the best player in the tournament right now for you?
It seems like, but in the end, it's a team game, and it's a team. You win together and you lose together.
And if right now it looks like Na'Vi are just like a pistol down, what should they be doing the second half if they want to bring this back?
Shoot heads and have fun.
You guys heard it from Mimi. That's what you need to do, guys. Shoot heads and have fun. Thank you very much, Mimi,
Thank
for joining
you.
me. It's been an absolute pleasure. And I'm going to throw this back to Doug and Bala and see if Na'Vi can indeed shoot heads and have fun.
Absolutely love it. It takes a world champion to have insight in situations like this, but all it takes is have fun and shoot heads. I do have to point out this has been the worst attacking half that Na'Vi has had at this tournament so far. Fnatic made them struggle in that one. They've been 8% win rate on attack, and this one, they're first below 50. And it's gonna take them a lot better than what their regular defense has been like.
Wild to consider. For as prolific as both of these players have been, first time they're meeting since January 2021. Boaster and Angel going head-to-head here in a battle of the minds. And again, this is Fnatic on the attacking side here. Can Na'Vi equalize what's gone on? It's going to be a heavy lean towards A, and Zipan's going to be here. There is some help, but Sugetsu's pretty far off. He's going to take the fight by himself, flashes for his own space, gets 1 kill.
Doesn't escape the stun though, so Angel has to flood to help him out, but with this smoke landing from Xiao and the dart landing as well, there's no way you can enter that site, not after losing Durka, who's the space creator for the team.
They're going to try to take a scenic route as they rotate through short, clear out the turret, and the nice thing is you have time here. They can clear out the turret, introduce doubt into the minds of Na'Vi, and then go elsewhere. Or they can just cut noise and stay. And that's exactly what they do. A kill, 1 for 1 here. Sugetsu trying to find more, but Leo once again is so constant. He's so good.
And did we end up in a situation very, very similar to what happened on the pistol round in the prior half, where Fnatic, the attacking side, is the advantage one. And they could set up whatever post plant they want against Xiao here.
Nothing but a ghost. A little bit of utility.
They're actually giving up this fight against Chronicle by themselves, I think with the little and limited amount of information that they had up to that point. But Chronicle wins it.
Still have plenty of slack on that line too. Assuming Chronicle loses it, he's still in a 1v2. Time's not great. But man, how good has Leo been?
It's been phenomenal.
Checking in with the Fnatic watch party back home. All smiles, and for good reason.
Yeah. The thing is here, we're in a best of 5. I think the map veto discussion on the desk was very interesting. The fact that Na'Vi is showing respect to Fnatic and banning Icebox again instead of what they've been banning their entire tournament run so far in this map specifically. Oh. Chronicle's trying to set up Boaster to get a pick with that Marshall there.
Yeah. 2 shots fired, 2 kills collected. As again, we have just a momentary lull. Boaster showed a little leg there, but not re-peeking the angle.
Oh, CNED's gonna go aggressive though.
And he can post up in Cubby too. Or he can continue to push the matter, but they may rotate back into him here.
Oh, absolutely. I think with the space that they've given Na'Vi, look at how they're regrouping over towards A right now. That turret is not going to spot him on the backside. That's for Grass and Garage. So Afir has to be completely aware.
And he is. I know he is. This would be an outrageous shot from CNED, but he's not even going to get a chance to shoot it off. The kill goes in favor of Alfier. The spike goes down for Durka. And now 4v3 with nothing but pistols on the defensive side. Positioning not great. The spam through from Durka cleans up 2.
And the only win condition here would have been Xiao to have a smoke on the spike.
Yeah.
But without that, Fnatic is all just gun out. Very happy to take that, no matter how it goes.
And you got to be really careful here if you're Na'Vi. Fnatic are in a position here to run away with this map. A 9-5 half, if they're able to capitalize on this, I mean, it's almost smooth sailing the rest of the way.
One enemy. Standing ahead.
Too clean of an anti-eco. I think so far we've seen 2 instances where Na'Vi's trying really hard to try to find a fight early in the round, and that's cost them.
Gravity well keeping CNED in place for now.
Wow. The fact that he's willing to continue going for strafe peaks there indicates to me he's thinking that that grab well slightly misplaced and he could easily find some kills.
A threat, albeit momentary, towards Garage, with Sugetsu waiting on the other side.
They made the right call again. This turret will spot
Xiao
a
was
walkout.
close. Sorry, Xiao was close by, and he has Paranoia too. Off of contact here, Xiao can drop some utility if Sugetsu feels some pressure.
That Molly just took out the turret entirely, so they don't have that contact piece anymore. And they've already broken it too for this long push, so they have no way to properly pivot out and a timing either.
Fnatic have taken C-site. Durka's all the way back. Chronicle's starting to get the spike down too, but Sugetsu with a massive kill. Traded out by Boaster instantly. The spike just harmlessly sitting on the side as Durka tries to pick it up and plant it while the rest of the side ensues with chaos. As Na'Vi have been able to keep them back. Durka's left in a 1v3, takes one down, but ultimately falls. Na'Vi with the defuse are gonna get to 6. And that felt like such a pivotal round for them to win, to keep this competitive.
They needed to go and win that anti-bonus. The thing is, even winning that, that's not even that big of a dent in Fnatic's economy. They've been running this light armor strat all tournament long.
Yeah.
And I think actually, Na'Vi is probably the perfect experiment to go up against, to really be the case study on how this will work, because Na'Vi is a team that's mostly sticking to Vandals. Although in this situation, actually, you can see there's a couple of players on Na'Vi that are moving over to the Phantom in this case. Probably completely prepped and happy with the light armor strategy from Fnatic.
Blade Storm used by Durka. He's got a Stinger to work with as well. And checking in on the other Jet side, Zenid with a Judge.
I mean, look at the economy for them. They've just lost their bonus. So normally you'd think it's a full investment, but not even close.
Yeah.
They're easily going to be able to invest next round too. But again, they're only buying light armor, so that's how they're able to eke an extra gun round every so often.
Fnatic with the lean towards A. Zipan again. This time not taking the space. Remember a couple of rounds ago, he flashed and fully challenged.
That was on the pistol
this
round.
time around, yeah.
Especially with Durka with knives. There's so many opportunities that can just one-tap you.
Knife should have tagged 2 there. They go forward, Zenid with the Judge, having to take an up-close fight, not really having an option.
But not dying there is huge. Zipan's going to be able to trade out Boaster.
Who was weak, he was the recipient of that shell.
Oh, Durka messed up his updraft there. He wasn't ready for the flash.
Oh my gosh, Zenid gets another. Still alive, the shock dart finally drops him. But it's a 3v2 here.
Oh!
Zenid has found some success. He's been able to deal some damage, and now numbers equalized. 20 seconds left in the round. The spike's still not on the site. No ults to worry about here. It's just going to be the rifles. Leo with taking a huge bit of damage, but Chronicle creeping forward at just the right time.
14 seconds. He has room to work with the spike plant.
Oh, but he was so weak. He's gotten it down to a 1v1. Xiao patiently waiting, choosing not to challenge the plant. Giving Chronicle a moment to take the fight, and Xiao wins it out. Na'Vi not done yet.
And of course, it's Xiao again. There's nothing more to say about this guy in the clutch. He is just so solid, and against Chronicle and Leo of all people. He played that great. I mean, the whole hold from Na'Vi in the first place, Zenid with just a Judge, still making it work, was really good. Leo comes out with the shock dart to clean up Zenid and then gets the spam on the Angel. But then Xiao, with the 15 seconds left, isolating with the spike plant.
Yep.
Every single clutch of his is worthy of immense analysis and breakdown. Here's a fast push from Na'Vi, and there's a dart as well. Durka trying to break it in the little tip of the smoke there. Or he feels protected.
And there really is no solace for him. Nothing really feels like it's safe.
Zipan has his ult here.
And again, note, they don't have Durka. They don't have fast go out onto the C site. So it's going to be more labored. But so many ultimates used. The Rolling Thunder. Sugetsu with 2. And now they're going to rotate over. The spike is left on the site. There's no one close by. Alfir and Leo just have to save.
That's massive. Out of Na'Vi, relying on Angel's ult instead to try to hold this down.
I mean, it was him and then Sugetsu.
But they've actually just baited out Chronicle's ult for no value. And they still have zip-ons. I mean, what the lockdown as well. There's so much here.
Yeah, they've turned, again, these last couple of rounds. Now, it may not necessarily have been the flash use, but this feels like it's so heavily swung the momentum in favor of Na'Vi.
Absolutely.
They're set up so well. Yeah, economy's not great right now, but they're going to save 5 guns into the next round. They're going to have to invest some as far as armor goes. You look at Angel, you look at Xiao, yeah. But the ultimates that they have to work with here are key.
Will be a save here from Fnatic. And again, probably going to be able to scrape together some sort of buy in the next round. But this one, bringing it ever closer. We're now 1 round difference. Yes, Na'Vi started with a good first beginnings to this game, winning the pistol.
Yeah.
But ever since then, Fnatic's been in control. Ever since then, it's looked like Na'Vi have not been prepared for this map. It's a different story on this defensive half.
I mean, really, it was the 2 pistols, and it was, you know, to go back to the round that you and I touched on, is what felt like a crucial one, a pivotal one. Since then, it's been all Na'Vi.
Just want to point out that smoke as well, top C long. Way exposed, actually blocking anybody who's just trying to play on the edge of that C long. Gives Sugetsu all the room. And it's very similar to what Fnatic actually did in that garage hold on defense as well, using the Hunter's Fury for chaos.
Timeout called by Fnatic here as they hang on to a 1-round lead, or at least attempt to. You got to remember, too, here, Bala, we haven't talked about the crowd a ton, but remember during walkouts, this felt very Fnatic favored.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And it's interesting, too, because Fnatic is one of the teams that have taken down some of the crowd favorites in Furia, in Sentinels.
They've absorbed the fan bases.
Yeah. So they just have to pick one of 2 EMEA teams here and be ready to give up and abandon ship tomorrow when Loud comes into the stadium again. Or maybe they're just picking the one that they think has a better chance or a weaker chance.
All right, what do they do out of this timeout? Durka again taking space, light armor for him. And they still have Buster's Cosmic Divide to work with.
And it's important here that they get through. Fnatic is given this space almost every time, given the utility that they have in comparison to Navi's comp. Sure, we just saw a round where they played aggressively, but if you take the space preemptively, you should never have that trouble. Which does kind of hamstring you on options.
Sure.
Because you can't really lean in other parts of the map. Look at Navi's setup. They're playing complete retake on A. Relying on the lockdown, relying on Zipon's ult as well.
I mean, they have the tools. Yeah, it makes a ton of sense.
And Angel's playing a complete off angle here too. Zipon probably going to set up to throw a knife. And with the smokes coming down, he actually opts not to. They'll probably use that to clear some space.
There's a knife, not getting any value. Maybe a little information, a little confirmation, but either way, that's all it is. Zipan's ult already used.
They're trying to find kills on the escape here. Yeah, they're going really fast.
Yeah, they are. The dart's there. Durka falls. 4v4 here. Zipan's weak. Look at how far off Fnatic are playing, though. They completely answer the quick attempt out from Na'Vi. Sugetsu on the tap. He's going to take the swing. He's going to take the fight. Surprise at another waiting. Has to take the challenge. And Alfier cleans him up.
Good hold from Fnatic there. Those lockdowns are really dangerous when you can't break them. You have to fall all the way back into long in that little cubby that Chronicle was playing, or all the way down short. So the idea from Na'Vi there, use that space and time to try to get them falling back. And for Fnatic, you have to literally pivot and backstep again. Big round, good plan. And Chronicle as well, the only player to stay down A long as well, for him to have the aftershock. Because if there's nobody in that long A cubby, there could be a full stick from the players who have to rotate back out of A lobby.
CNED feeling a little presence right off the bat towards B. So the drone cleared out.
Look at the options that Fnatic has given up because they haven't gone fast towards A lobby. They see that smoke and they can't push it any further.
Right.
That loses Boaster Smoke, who was meant to actually deny the dart information and for them to get up into short.
They want to go see here. They do have Alfier's ult, and it's used very quickly. As soon as they take the space, they drop the ult, and now they wait.
Shao can still play this in the back, but look at these stuns.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Aftershock 2.
He's got to get out. He's detained, yes. But he's healthy, and now he's dead. And now they have the Cosmic Divide to work with too. This feels so secure for Fnatic. What can Na'Vi do?
And Durka's escaped too. Poster playing in a little cubby.
And look at Leo's positioning. Oh, he is going to be spotted by the alarm bot though. How much should they turn around to?
He knifed him! Damage done!
The nade! With 21 HP, he's not able to survive it. Now the flash through the wall. This is going to be fast. Smoke drops. Kills go up for Durka as he gets 2. Numbers in favor of Fnatic. Zipman and Angel out of options, out of choices. They take the op. They take the Vandal. But they give up the round.
Red Poster like a book there, but all that time spent trying to clear him out, trying to clear that close wall cubby, given from the Astra wall. Loses them the time against Durka and against the fallback on C-Long. Even if Durka doesn't get 2 there, Fnatic is in great position. Incredibly happy. And they did such a good job flushing Xiao out.
Yeah, they did.
The stun.
CNED went for the second too, expecting another peek.
I mean, if Boaster's low HP there, that knife kills him.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they could flood a lot faster. Na'Vi timeout. Called once again. Both teams now out of timeouts. I'm still not convinced Na'Vi has the tools to go the distance in this map.
Yep. It does not feel like that is the case at all. And Fnatic again within reaching distance of cleaning this map, of drawing first blood. It's a tough spot to be in.
Especially with the rumblings of the crowd, who clearly in Fnatic's favor, and the remnants of the rounds remaining. Na'Vi to put together a game plan based off of what? Based off of some Blade Storm knives here out of CNED, based off of Xiao, who's actually picked up the op that they saved in the last round. Glass cannon. And sure, they've got those weapons in their hands, but everybody else playing for OT. Preserving a bye in the next round.
There's so much to do in the hands of CNED and in Xiao. Angel's a rifle too, so they have some tools, but
dive.
This will be difficult. The vintage Durka dive, as you just mentioned, it's Boaster who's able to get the first. Yeah, CNED has to come alive here. He's got to make something happen, but the numbers continue to dwindle around him.
Still the 2 weapons.
Xiao finds success with the op, and Boaster goes unchecked, undetected. And now for Xiao, the mission is keep the op. Try to carry it into the next round.
Oh, absolutely.
Fnatic are gonna have a lot of time to hunt here too, Bala.
I don't know if you necessarily can. They are spread on the map, so they have a lot of information.
You're right, and by process of elimination, you have to assume here, there's a very good chance you see. The question is, do they hunt? Do they try to get the weapon out of his hands?
The scary part is Durka updrafted up heaven. If Xiao gets that kill, all of a sudden it's a scramble.
Yeah.
So you don't really want to look for too much more here from Fnatic, but as the spike dwindles down, they will start to hunt.
And you can tell it's almost like trying to lull him in a momentary moment of safety.
Going down long.
Oh, you've got to spot him, yeah. No damage dealt. Remember, it's Glass Cannon. The Molly, 54 HP. Op still alive. How does he keep it?
Spam. Oh.
How does he keep it?
Well played from Xiao, and that's huge. CNED not only going to be able to get some armor, but also drop a weapon. That makes all the difference.
They're still so far behind, though.
And again, the staying power given by Fnatic's economy management and the light armor strat, working huge dividends later on in this game. It's going to be multiple buy rounds to get through here for Na'Vi.
Yeah. But they've just got to take it a round at a time. Can they get past this one? Can they make something happen out of the weapons that they've preserved? Durka not able to clean anything up at all. Xiao once again repositioning. Cleared out, the spike not committed. The paranoia's gonna buy some time.
Boaster's on a mission. He's the first one uncommitted to this.
Oh, the alarm bot too, though. Just on the other side, just out of reach, position detected.
Angel's taking the angle too. Chronicle farmed the ult orb though. They have that breach ult to re-exec with. And they know where the turret is. Alfir's gonna break it again. So many times they've used this Molly to break whatever contact position and contact piece that Na'Vi wants, but it misses Sugetsu!
Misses both! Sugetsu finally stunned, still gets a kill on Alfir. Still playing on logs, the dark position of Leo dropped, but Angel is too. Chronicle not able to convert anything, not in a 1v4.
Fnatic's idea there is to use the breach ult to clear the back left of Seaside and use the fault line to actually cover up the gaps that it missed. But it's Sugetsu. Xiao in the back of site does get hit. But with the time Sugetsu buys, in that little lapse where he's not stunned, because he gets one kill, Xiao's able to just wait and play the rest of it with him as a crossfire.
Na'Vi still with the op this time. Seeing it, trying to find something early down A short. And you've got Zipan close by too for help, for support.
Just that little smoke there actually completely nullifies CNED's dash. And I think they're gonna go right back towards the strat that worked round prior to this, the Durka dive. Except it's an Astral this time. Early lockdown, but they can fight this. Xiao's gonna flash him off, and I think that will deny them that idea.
Angel on the other side of the Cosmic Divide as you see members of Na'Vi start to puddle in, but Durka goes aggressive! Peeks past the wall of safety, and is rewarded for a kill. Now Chronicle backside. Still playing from a safe position. He's got utility to work with too. Can Fnatic put him away? Can they end Haven here?
Alpha's got two mollies, one goes out, can they break it?
This is such a difficult spot for Na'Vi, but the kills get traded back and forth.
They're running out of time now. Alfir's positioning, switching, and he's actually giving it up.
Huge kill out from Zipan. But Alfir left in the 1v1. Cned's gotten it to half, pulls off, and the shot from Alfir is good.
The defuse too from Cned. The two Turkish players on the server, head to head in a crucial round. Cned showing up at a perfect time with that out.
What a hold. I mean, Zipan's massive kills here. And the fact that Cned was able to get it to half provides just a little bit more safety so that he can pull off reposition and then take the fight. So well played. But again, really no time to think about it. A note here for Fnatic, the buy is not great. Cned going for the shotgun approach with the op. He's so far up.
The prep again, I'm so impressed over and over by Sugetsu. Able to find some damage there.
Oh, what a shot.
Cned with the forward dash too. Could have cost him his life.
Yep. A big tool from Fnatic down. That was their only Phantom. It was their only rifle.
They can recover it though. The op kill gives definitely some space here, especially now that Boaster's smoked. They could walk through this towards short. They could challenge Cned again. He doesn't know about the cross. Na'Vi doing a great job trying to isolate Alfir right now, but Cned is the bigger story. He's stuck. He's gonna give up an op if he dies.
No dash.
One kill will get it back.
Oh, and the timing is good. Angel's shown up. Angel's arrived! And Cned lands one with the op. Can he find a second? Waiting for the challenge of short. Na'Vi's defenses arrive at the perfect time. Now Cned already gotten 3 with the op. Na'Vi doing everything they can to get us to overtime. And Fnatic trying to deal with the flurry of this comeback, and it very well may be good.
Can't give up too many kills here.
No. Of course it's Angel who takes that fight.
Yeah.
But he wins it out.
Suno coming up behind him either way. We've gone the entire first map now in regulation. Round 24. And remember how we were talking about moments ago, it feels like Na'Vi, they were what, 11-8?
Yeah.
They brought it back through the onslaught of buy rounds that Fnatic had. They've just got to do one more round here to bring it to OT. Fnatic with another chance to close it. They've had 4.
Look at the ults on the side of Na'Vi too. They're considerable ones. And that didn't hit the molly, or the alarm bot, excuse me. Shock dart just a bit off.
So interesting. Normally Leo's so perfect on those. And Boaster actually knows exactly where they've been playing it, so very surprising.
CNED not getting tagged by the drone.
I think they smoked him off there, but deciding against pushing that and testing CNED, who has been an absolute beast in these last couple of rounds, but they're still gonna go for it. Boaster with a little misinformation towards A. They still want this. C hit.
Note again, CNED with no dash. Hunter's Fury used.
That's Angel's ult. Oh, he gets a tag. What?
Tag.
Durka just used his dash. They don't have the same initiation power out of Garage now. Might give CNED what he needs to hold the C hit. If it does come through, it's not going to. The info. TP again for Shao. They have all the reads. They know they were hitting C. Now they know they're hitting A. What can they do, though?
And it's an early ult used. Utility gone on the side of Fnatic. Na'Vi have such a good read on this. And they've systematically taken all options away from Fnatic. Leo having to use the Hunter's Fury.
He misses everything.
Oh my gosh.
Back into B, though. They weren't considering this. The fact that they could still pivot. Alarm bot. Maybe it'll take down Alpha.
The fact that they've still gotten this far is outrageous. Sugetsu gets one with utility. CNED on the tap, 49 HP. He still has the op in hand, and he goes aggressive. What a shot out from CNED. But Fnatic find the other base. Fnatic find what they need. Shao left in this 1v3. Can he do it on his own? No, Rolling Thunder's gonna push him back. It's gonna buy time. Shao so good in the clutch. But can he get 3? Surrounded, Smoke buying some time, but no. Dirk on the spam. Fnatic take Haven.
With no room to spare. Talk about stepping up to a moment. Na'Vi had everything right on that round except for the final pivot. One mistake, and it cost them the sight. And even still, they almost had it. CNED going for that dip onto the spike. Almost netted them all the kills.
Yeah, I would love to take a look at that last round again because, Bali, you hit the nail on the head. They did so well for 90% of that round, right? They stuffed the hit C, they stuffed the hit A. They took almost every single option away from Fnatic. And Fnatic convert in the chaos. Which, as you know, we think about this last map that we just went through. We think about the battle of the minds between Boaster and Angel, the firepower between CNED and Durka, and you can't help but look at that and go, this series will be decided in the chaos.
There's been many rounds where that's 100% the case. But you talk about Battle of the Minds, that last round displays it in full effect.
Yep.
We got so many more of these maps as well where you're going to be able to display that. I love the map pool that we have.
Me too.
For this epic bout.
And it really feels like the IGL shine in these 3-map sites. We just had Haven. We've got Lotus just on the other side as well. So if you didn't get enough of the chess games, of the mind games, there is plenty more on the other side. Fnatic take map 1, 13-11. Lotus on the other side in this best of 5. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to Sao Paulo, where we went the full 24, but Fnatic was able to scrape by in this one 13-11 fashion. It came down to this epic final round.
Yeah, but it was not a clean game whatsoever here. Fnatic started so incredibly strong, but it looked like Na'Vi was going to be able to come back. And in a game where we expected it to be a battle of the wits and fantastic ideas back and forth, it really did come down to the scrap to be able to win that one out for Fnatic.
So it's going to feel good to have that one in their back pocket. But Hypoc, you were saying how important it was for Fnatic to win the early maps if they want to have a shot in this series. Let's roll all the way back now in this map to kind of see how it broke down. First half, 7-5, they came away with the lead. But I'll be honest, with the way that Fnatic was playing, felt lucky that Na'Vi even scraped 5 together.
I mean, you said the way Fnatic were playing, Baller hit this perfectly. This, by the numbers, was the worst attacking side we've seen from Na'Vi. And it felt like that watching it. Discipline was out the window, the fundamentals were all over the place, the spacing on some of these dry site hits just got ripped apart. The A site anchors, even when Fnatic were kind of showing variety, switching positions up, every single person anchoring A site was being fed time and time again. And actually, Boaster coming up huge in 2 of those.
Yeah, so many moments here where they're just trying to get these entries onto the sites. No one's just checking basic angles. Yeah. Watching as you exit out of short, that back site lurk coming through as well. Even when they're on the defending side, Cena just goes on a brief little stroll with his Bladestorm out and just gets shot in the back of the head. There's so many basic things just kind of being really messed up here from the side of Na'Vi that made this map a hell of a lot rougher for them than it really needed to be.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that did come down to the composition. They played into this one breachless, went with the KO instead as that second initiator, and it felt like they were still playing those executes as if they had the breach, as if they had the stun. We saw how invaluable that was for Fnatic on their attack half, but Na'Vi created so many gaps in their utility, which Fnatic did a great job of exploiting, like you guys have talked about.
Spoon-feeding 3Ks on the A side was Na'Vi in the first 6 rounds of that one. But with the 7-5 first half, we get to that back half, and this is where it felt like Na'Vi started to find a little bit of their rhythm.
Yeah, we had a couple shallow moments. You love to see it. The clutches coming through from him and just helping to keep the team really in the game. Sugetsu, I mean, everybody on the side of Na'Vi really did have their moments. We started seeing CNED putting up solid numbers as soon as he got that operator into his hands as well. So it was definitely a big level up overall from the side of Na'Vi on this defending half. But again, if they just hadn't made things as complicated, as rough for themselves on the attack, this could have been an OT. This could have been them taking the map, perhaps.
Still, I think we see some of those issues with Fnatic that we were a little bit worried about coming into this, where they come into a second half after starting strong, after looking good, they kind of start to look like they're running out of ideas, lose a big streak of rounds, and only just barely hold on. It had a shocking similarity to that Icebox game versus 100 Thieves for me.
Yeah, it's a scary thought when you only come away with a 2-round victory on the permaband map of your opponent. But we already have to start thinking about map number 2, and I do want to take a look at the man Shao down there in the AIM Lab shoot-around, taking a look at how he finds those headshots in those clutch moments.
I mean, his accuracy is just great. We know this about Shao. Doesn't matter if he's got a Ghost in his hand, doesn't matter if he's rocking a Vandal, a Phantom. He is one of the best riflers, one of the best aimers that we just have in this tournament, and he's continuing to show that right now with this
over-under number of seconds till he drops below 100%. 30? Does he make it to 30?
I give it another 8 seconds.
He's not going to miss a shot.
Dude, if he does not, oh my goodness, that'd be nuts.
And it would not appear that he did.
No.
Just barely off.
Pack it up, go home.
Honestly, very similar to what we did see in that second half of play, though, right? Like, it was Xiao's clutches that got them back in. It was all of these big individual moments to build for Na'Vi, but at the last second, the individuals fall a little bit flat. Doesn't work out. Now we head to Lotus.
By the skin of their teeth, Fnatic find themselves with a 1-map lead, but we hop now over to Lotus. High Pockets, Na'Vi's pick. How you feeling about it?
I come back to the same thing, right? The later this goes on, the more I feel it tips in favor of Na'Vi. To come away from the permaban for Na'Vi at 13-11, I think we haven't seen Lotus from Fnatic yet, and it's unlike them to be sandbagging and kind of avoiding something. So this is actually the one of the veto. I'm expecting to pull something out that is a little quirky, that is a little innovative, so to say, and Fnatic going back to their roots in that regard. Na'Vi, though, stylistically, I think they're a team that are well equipped to deal with these sort of curveballs.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to just wait and see. We did see Na'Vi electing to go to Lotus all the way back versus Crew at the beginning of the Omega bracket, and that was a considerably closer game. They tried to, bring this map out. We got to see CNED over on the Rays. I'm curious to see if we can see it again, because that was a 13-10 victory. So Na'Vi will need to have cleaned up that map.
What does Fnatic have cooking up here in the Prime Gaming Agent Select? That's the big question we have on our mind.
I see a Fade in the mix. Do we get a Fade raised composition with Durka? Is that what they're heading towards here? That has been the solution for Na'Vi in the past, which has looked pretty good, especially with Angel playing on this Omen, taking so much space for them on their attack. And it's close to Mirror, but it's going to be this Viper instead for Fnatic, going for a double smoke comp. And also, no Omen, which feels very strange for this map with how powerful the teleport and Paranoia can be.
It does, and actually, with the amount of time Chronicle's been spending on Breach, it's interesting to see Lotus is where we're going to see him actually flex away from that, because he's looked fantastic on it.
I mean, it is going to be interesting to see. I mean, Boaster, he's on a comfort pick in that Astra, as you just mentioned. We've got two differences in the Agent Select. We don't have a ton of data on Fnatic, so we'll see if they've got creative strats to follow the creative picks as we head back to our casters, Doug and Paula, for the call.
Haven in the books, Lotus on the menu, and again, this three-side nature of this map should provide for some really exciting moments as we think about this head-to-head battle of the minds.
Yeah, and I think Kilios touched on the crew game for Na'Vi. It definitely felt like they needed to fix some things moving forward, so hopefully they've patched up the mistakes and setups that they've gone through, because Fnatic, you know how well prepped they come out on every single map, but the thing is, we just haven't seen it yet. It's been floated over and over and over for them with the permaban of Pearl, but nobody's got it just quite yet. And it actually feels a little bit more like an NA comp here from Fnatic than what we've seen from the EU teams, who have been absolutely stellar on this map so far.
Fnatic starting on the attacking side. And you've already got CNET holding this aggressive angle towards mid. And it seems like that's where they're going to go. He's got a Ghost, and he has a nade and a Roomba to work with.
I think one of the interesting things in the prior Lotus game for Na'Vi was they went up into a completely unorthodox comp with a Neon Raze. And Kerr was so aggressive with it. Here, I think they're going to be much more practiced against this sort of style, given how much we saw it from teams like NRG throughout this tournament. Sugetsu up against it. He has a molly on the door, but they're going through the other side. There's 3 players here from Na'Vi.
They also have a bunch of utility to work with here. Sugetsu has gone undetected. Oh, he's only able to deal damage. He's not able to get a single kill. Fnatic just roll over Na'Vi. My goodness, they might do this in flawless fashion.
A number of those look like they should have been kills for Na'Vi, but especially those Boaster ones. The guy was a fiend on Haven. And here he goes again. Chronicle with a lurk. He wasn't even in that site hit entirely. And you might think unorthodox pick here from Chronicle, but we have seen the Viper from him prior. All the way back in 2021, sure. He was a monster on split on this agent back in the day. This was clean.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. And now you see the buy from Na'Vi. There's really no force. There's no investment. You've got a couple of sheriffs, but nothing exceptionally out of the norm. While Boaster rocking the Marshall. Feeling some pressure already.
Pick against Sugetsu, who's trying to peek with his turret, but Chronicle so far away, I don't think that turret even would activate.
Oh, look at how far back he is.
I think he's on a platform, elevated edge, too.
Yeah, literally the extremity of the map. We see another turret get put down and cleaned up instantly. Wow. Man, they were so patient there.
Jeez.
Yep.
These guys are shoulder peeking. Every single player is just shoulder peeking, and they're getting ripped apart.
They are going to end up on C here. They're going to have 2 members dragging behind just a little bit, making sure there's no flank, making sure there's no funny antics on the side of Na'Vi. It is just CNET and Shao here with pistols to work with. I mean, surely you expect this round to be a done deal.
Yep.
We may have back-to-back flawless rounds on the board here.
Yeah, now something Na'Vi usually is letting happen to them.
No.
When I saw this veto, I was very curious. I mean, with what Achilles was talking about up on the desk, how this map looked a little rough for them to start out. For this to be their first pick, and with the respect they already have shown throughout the veto by just banning Icebox straight out instead of Haven, gives me the feeling Na'Vi potentially very uncomfortable entirely in the map veto. But we'll see. Fnatic did pick attack here, forcing Na'Vi onto their weaker side overall. And it's a different wall for Chronicle, cutting off the cross angle and also the breakable door.
We'll start to see some of these mind games played because you've got pressure on both sides. You've got the Viper wall you're just alluding to, then you just have the Haunt coming through C. So Fnatic testing the waters everywhere early on.
And the problem here with Navi's comp and their defense is how much investment they have to send over towards A if they want to hold on to this space, if they want to take control of Rebel. They haven't really gone for anything like that yet, mostly because they've been sending CNET over towards B at the beginning of the rounds and relying on Sugetsu to play towards A.
Ooh. Fortunate, too, was all it was. You saw him scatter as soon as the knife hit. Now with 45 seconds left, the possibility of rotation starts to dwindle, but it's not out of the equation yet.
And they've controlled this A orb, giving Durka his ults. That's definitely some way they can pivot into this and provide maximum pressure on Zippon and Sugetsu. I'm looking at Zippon, he's playing all the way back in the drop down. He could flash for Sugetsu here, but they're pivoting towards B this split. What can Shao do? Nothing at all.
Oh. Huge kill out from Durka. Now with 12 seconds left, I was concerned they were burning the clock too much, but they arrive at just the right time.
And he could follow up this with an ult too. He could completely zone them out. Every single player is up here in heaven.
There it is.
He doesn't even have to commit.
He shoots it, seeing the knife in his face, and it doesn't land. But it does buy time, it does buy space. Spike ticking away as Alfier gets dropped.
Chronicle puts the wall back up. They're going to take decay.
Durka's got to go big here. Oh, the flash misses! Durka with 3 on the round! What a play out from Durka. What a play out of their star. And what a round out from Fnatic.
It's domination from Durka. Every single time he takes a duel, he's winning it in these first 3. That is just ridiculous. Not only his first shot onto Shao, I mean, just ridiculous. He jumps up on top, finds a little headshot angle, and then shuts down the pivot. I mean, that was all Durka. The entire round, they're focused on him.
Yeah.
It's an early timeout again from Na'Vi, even earlier than Haven.
I mean, Durka's 7-1 right now. And again, you think about little things like that flash. That flash is a little more shallow. Durka doesn't get 2 there potentially. Yeah. And then what?
I mean, and then they're still scrambling through.
Yeah.
I mean, huge kills, but honestly, he might have already done enough. Even with Alfier falling outside of A. Full focus from Angel too, just fully listening. Doombros doing most of the talking in this timeout. Now the implementation starts.
Balla, given the map pool and given how Fnatic have looked, how concerned are you if Fnatic take this map as well?
I mean, going up to already is just such a unsurmountable task. We haven't really seen it in the main VCT circuit internationally. But Fracture next, I think that could definitely go Navi's way, even with the dominant win that Fnatic had over 100 Thieves. Ascent Decider. The thing is, how do you get there through Split as well?
Yeah.
Which we haven't seen from Na'Vi.
Split historically has been such a wild card map too, but seems very far away for now. The buy for Na'Vi, not great. See if Angel and Sugetsu can find any value out of the rifles that they have. It seems like it's going to be a hit that ends up C.
C's nade, possibly. That's what Dirk is waiting for right now.
Yep.
Doesn't catch Sugetsu. He's pivoted over towards Waterfall.
Things get real uncomfortable in these tight corners when you have utility bouncing all over the place.
Only Sheriffs, though. The run sprays are going to be good enough.
Sugetsu finds one. He finds the opener. Xiao gets one, too.
Oh.
They may convert this. Again, when you put yourself in such close confines, chaos ensues. And they throw the brakes on the round. Now Alfie getting the spike down. And Angel close by, waiting to pounce alongside the rest of Fnatic. Can they get around on the board here? Angel's in trouble. The Guardian gone. 2 pistols left, and one of them's a classic? I just don't know that there's enough there. No, there's not. 3 for Alfie, 4 for Fnatic, and full momentum ahead.
Even when discipline is shown from Na'Vi, any single one of these players left in these situations for Fnatic can bring it back. And when you have the gun advantage, absolutely. Alfie are also recognizing there, Angel the only player with that Guardian. Let's take the fight to them. They recontrol Waterfall. You honestly think Na'Vi maybe should have pivoted one player back over to help him. And while Na'Vi took A lobby control a little bit better, actually did challenge it for the first time in that eco. They go for it again. But Fnatic already knows the type of flavor that they go for on it. It's less investment. It's not a C's nade. So I would expect later on as well for them to challenge that. Alfir is going to go for a lockdown. He just picked up the orb on C Mound. And Na'Vi had to expect that this was coming.
Haunt popped. CNET finds a corner. Oh my goodness, oh my goodness!
You can see the molly coming in late from Alfir there.
Yeah, timing just not there. 4v4 here on the round, and now the spike.
Oh, Chronicle.
Can rotate out.
They didn't get the spike down yet, yeah, that's true. Not even the site. Chronicle's trying to find some space. They look like they want to challenge.
Yeah, Angel's in a spot here where he can split things up though. He can play spoiler if the timing's right. Oh, and it is! A magnetic flick out from Alfier, or from Angel, excuse me, onto Alfier.
So trying to recoup what the situation is, understand the game state. He's all the way up in this spike. CNED's the one person here.
Audible upon audible as Angel finds another. 15 seconds left, the spike rotating its way back to C. Yeah, Boaster's found some time. He's found some space.
Leo might have to toss the spike up to him.
Yeah, he will. Package delivered. Now spike planted. They're going to have the Cosmic Divide to work with 2.
2v3, just like we just saw. Better guns here for Na'Vi, though.
And Leo's healthy. And they convert this Boaster with a massive one, but it traded right back. Leo in this 1v2. Still in a decent spot here. The onus is on Na'Vi to take the space. What can Leo do? Oh my gosh, he's gotten into a 1v1. He just saw the gun drop! And Leo with the clutch! Leo is outrageous! So deflating for Na'Vi.
These close situations on the C site going Na'Vi's way, or Fnatic's way over and over. It's just disgusting from Leo. You expect the mound play, you absolutely do. Just pushing a little too far. That's another 2v3 from Fnatic. And Angel, 3rd round in a row with the Guardian here. He has been the guy who's been making these rounds close.
But there just hasn't been any cigar yet. I mean, to find yourself down 5-0 early, and yeah, you can make the conversation around Lotus feeling a little attack-sided, but there have been some real close rounds, map aside, that really probably should have gone Na'Vi's way, and they just haven't. Alfie are towing with death there. It's a delicate dance, but he walks away with the kill.
That's what I was talking about as well. Alpha can just sit still and take these little fights. Fnatic can even engage in dueling with Zippon, dueling with Angel. The players who are mostly taking this A lobby control. Because they can't really invest so much into it.
What is Angel up to? He's got the ult. Waiting just on the other side of the door. Spam out from Xiao, not getting anything yet. Ult cleared out. Do they commit to B? Seems very likely that they do. Durka playing just on the other side of the smoke. Alfear with a massive kill on Angel, and Durka gets one too. 10 seconds left on the round. 5v2 in favor of Fnatic. And yeah, CNET is ult, but I just don't know that you can really convert that into much more. No. Another round in favor of Fnatic. Ball, this has been a slaughter.
This is absolutely not what you expect when you watch Na'Vi throughout this tournament. They have looked like the most clean team and potentially the best. But here's Fnatic. Here's these players who we know the caliber of this team. And they're just completely stomping whatever ideas Na'Vi have. I don't even know what Angel was cooking there. He TP'd over towards A, canceled it immediately. To me, looking like he's misreading, even though his reads on Haven were quite good. But there's certain things that Hypoc was touching on in the desk when in between maps. It's just not as coordinated.
The
Doors
Molly
open.
Just bounced off the alarm bot.
They've actually denied every possible hit here.
CNET landing one with the op. In the face of the Nightfall, Durka deafened, aggressive, goes, gets the kill. Can Angel find any timing? Can Angel find any space? The spike's out. They're gonna rotate away. And the thing is, they're gonna rotate right into Angel. Again, he has kept these rounds close. Can he do it again? Durka has a spike here. And he's by himself with 44 HP.
Running the good old send everybody spread. In the man disadvantaged situations, they'll come back to Durka late. Alfear's gonna completely send on this site. Oh, I can't clear this.
Alfear?
There's no chance. Not by himself, that's way too difficult.
And yeah, that's gonna buy some space for the spike to potentially go down C, but the truth is, Na'Vi have so many numbers that Angel didn't have to go very far. He's still here. That could have secured the round. Leo has to rotate so far over to get the spike and then still get it planted. I just don't know if there's enough time here, Bala.
Yeah, he's just going for picks at this point. Money's well in their favor. Dangerous game that CNET and Angel played there, but Angel locks up the round by taking out the first. And Durka. And it was Durka too, so you know that easily could have been a snap to the face. And then CNET challenged with the op. I wonder there, you mentioned, was that the orb that missed coming into that?
Yeah, it was the Viper Orb that hit off Killjoy Utility and bounced straight up. You wonder if that somehow impacted their approach, yeah.
Oh, 100%. That barely even blocked Waterfall, barely even blocked a walkout angle for them. Chronicle has been using the orb right where it just landed on most rounds, so that one specifically hurts a lot, and that one hurts too. CNET down to 30 HP with barely any information. He's playing on top of the box.
Still has the op, and it looks like he's going to be able to dodge the utility. I don't think he got hit by that Nightfall, so he's going to have some room to work with. He still lands the shots on Durka though, as Na'Vi with a big numbers advantage. The rotations are starting to come through as they try to storm the gates out onto the site.
He's directly under him.
Oh, alpha shots go a little wide. CNET feeling the pressure, understanding where the threat is. The Molly creating space for just a moment. Note the spike is still not up. What can Alfear do in a 1v5? Yeah, I mean, he's on the opposite side of the map. There's a line drawn by Na'Vi protecting the spike. And when you're outnumbered like this, you're praying for a miracle.
2 rounds in a row for Na'Vi. And it starts to look a little better. The hold there on the walk up from Fnatic. That Viper wall, Viper orb, looks very Bind-esque in the way that you can threaten the lurks and take the space. Then the Nightfall combination in through as well, trying to find some space. Seen as the one who shuts it down. And Shao on the door too. He's not playing Jet, but he's still opping. So let's see if we can get a fiery start to bring Na'Vi back in this game, because up to this point it has looked absolutely brutal.
And the alarming thing to think of is that if it really was that Viper orb that really caused fits into the round, that was the first round that Na'Vi won. So you wonder if that goes the way that they wanted, we could be looking at an 8-0.
Yeah, especially losing all those weapons too. Would have forced an eco, potentially. You're absolutely right. So many tools, so many ults right now up for the players on both sides. The pit, that really hasn't come into a factor quite yet for Chronicle. It's up this round. Durka and Alfir have some space-taking tools too. You've got to be challenging her. You've got to be trying to deny a spike plan if you're Na'Vi.
Angel once again in an aggressive spot, and he can't clear out the haunt. He couldn't clear out the haunt.
He was in a smoke form.
Angel had no options. He was just a sitting duck. And they've taken the space out onto the site. They may not even need to invest the pit here.
Oh, but Boaster's actually going the long way around here. Sort of through the waterfall path, so CNED might be able to get him before he crosses. They're going to smoke him off, though.
Shao is here to help, too. So they have some numbers.
Denying the plan with the satchel.
Yep. And now the Roomba.
Again.
He is persistent. You got to give him that. Spike planted to get 2 down. And Shao tanking the molly damage. Gets a kill onto Durka. 4v2 here, and again, the question is, does Chronicle drop the pit? Does he invest it, or can he continue to snowball this lead? And yes, he does.
He drops it, but I think he really did not want to.
Yeah, you can tell there was hesitation.
I mean, they also had Alfir's ult to hold on to that as well. We just saw Leo actually peeking through the top of that pit. So there's some nerdy stuff going on with that. We'll have to keep an eye. I don't know if Chronicle will be able to pick it back up. Alfir, he spots CNED.
He's going for the jugular. Up, dropped! Can he find anything else? Shao trying to tuck, trying to stay alive, and the timing's just not great for Alfir. He should be able to pick up the op.
But we have to go back to the beginning of that round. I don't know what the heck is happening on that mound. Angel's been so good at breaking that haunt by himself normally. Something went wrong there. Because Zippon was close with him, maybe expected Zippon to be breaking it for him. He could throw up the one-way.
Yeah, he just didn't have an angle. Wow.
Yeah, he's doing too much against 3 who are pushing him.
Yep. And well done by Fnatic to pounce on that. To not just get the initial kill, but to take the space, get the second kill too. Na'Vi, no real time to think about it as they're hopping into the next round. Durka has a showstopper to work with. Alfie are playing tight in the smoke, but look at how far up this duo of Zippen and Angel have gotten! 1 for 1. He's still there, and you weren't expecting Alfie. They're playing this so cleanly, Paula. Even the alarm bot on the other side of the Viper wall to make sure they're not getting pushed. They're just so careful with every aspect of the round.
I don't know, that's twice in a row where we have the exact same start. Granted, Zippon got 1 kill at least to make it slightly interesting. Siege tries to keep him there. Maybe the lockdown will actually keep Boaster in, and it does. He falls. Oh, Shao.
The site Venn diagram
Shao
is the first one passes.
Mistake.
Second one will lock down Shao.
No, it's 2.
And Sugetsu, yeah. But you've got CNED close by. So they should be safe, but are you expecting somebody right below you? He's going aggressive. Alfir finds the shots onto Shao. 3v2 here in favor of Fnatic. Numbers advantage once again, key. What can Cena do? Nothing. I mean, Na'Vi cannot do anything. Another round for Fnatic.
We are zooming to another really poor half here from Na'Vi. Especially in comparison to what you normally would expect from them. The first map on Lotus for them was 9-3. They came back from that. But against Fnatic, there's no chance that even their maximum here, 4 rounds, is even close to enough.
Remember here, it was Angel who previously took over to bring Na'Vi back onto their Lotus map, but it just feels like Fnatic are so prepared for his antics, for Zipan's antics. Yeah. How many times have we seen them try to aggressively take space just to gladly welcome it and receive?
I mean, particularly, Angel's been not a non-factor when they go for those types of things. Sometimes he gets the space, but there's a start. Sugetsu on Alfear. That opens up the flank, that opens up the threats here for Fnatic that they have to consider.
Boaster grabbing the orb, grabbing the Cosmic Divide, but the knife tagged all 4.
Don't forget Durka, if he ults, he gets canceled from Zipon.
The Paranoia is going to delay things for just a moment. Look how far off Boaster is, waiting for the flank, and the spike's going to follow shortly thereafter. I think they're going to try to rotate out here.
The classic has been to fake footsteps away from Fnatic and recommit.
Flash on the Prowler, and there's the ult. Not using it to counter the ult, but it is going to be used to buy some time. Leo through, and I don't know if they know that that's the case. Jump peeking every single corner, and Angel.
It's a really good smoke for him.
Yes, it is. Finding comfort in
the fade.
Smoke, and he has swayed too many targets, and he can't land a single shot. The Sheriff just not good there. Oh! Sugetsu has gotten 3 on the round. Spike planted 2v2 here, and Sugetsu has a rifle. He had a rifle. There's just nothing going their way, man. There's nothing going Na'Vi's way. What a clinical performance out from Fnatic.
Looks like we're going back into history here. And looking at the Fnatic versus Na'Vi core from online, where they have been firmly in the lead. Their matches on LAN at Copenhagen in the past have split, and Fnatic has made such tremendous upgrades in the offseason.
Well, there's a double op setup for Fnatic on attack.
That's just them using all the extra money that they have.
I mean, I guess if you've got it, right?
That Season 8 actually almost catches 2 players.
Alfear took a little bit of damage. Durka did as well, yeah.
He's juggling that op over to Mount. I think he gave it up eventually. Keep it out of the hands if they end up going for the flank, but Alfear's just holding that. Angel does have TP. He can get off and hold potentially.
And remember, it's that dastardly duo on the other side of the map that has just not found success that they're used to. The hit looks like it will end up on C. You have 3 members from Na'Vi waiting. Showstopper! Oh, he wasn't able to get the height advantage, but he lands a shot anyway onto Shao. Cena trades it back with one of his own. 3v3 here is now all the remaining members in the round scatter. The Paranoia good to delay, to buy time. Alfear drops CNED. They're split up again.
It's the same situation over and over on C. Na'Vi finds some early fight in this, and then Fnatic just claps back. Boaster's giving himself a covey. This is 1v1 between the IGLs.
Angel was looking at the ground. Boaster able to clean that up. And now Zipon left in this 1v3. Last round of the half, too. They're playing this so well. I mean, they're not even giving them a fight right now. And then if you do get fights, you're split on both sides. What truly feels like an impossible situation. Just to get to 3 rounds and a half. If this spot right now, Bala, is not indicative of how dominant the round has been, the half has been for Fnatic, I don't know what is.
If this situation as well. The Molly, the grab well. And the wide swing. Fnatic have roared out on the second map to a 10-2 lead. This is just ridiculous. What a performance from Fnatic.
10-2 lead for Fnatic. We're going to throw it down to Yinsu yet again, who's standing by with a couple of special guests by the way of Tarek and Quarterjade.
Thank you very much, Doug and Bala. That's right, I've got Quarterjade and Tarek with me. I just want to say thank you for being here, you know, as the NA representative, because we don't really have any of them left in the tournament.
Yeah, I think it's awesome. It's a really cool opportunity for creators to be involved. I think me and Jody and the rest of the guys are all having a fantastic time, and the atmosphere is just insane in the arena.
Yeah, it's your second time as well, Jody. We saw you in Istanbul as well, so are you enjoying the Brazilian crowd here?
Yeah, I actually am enjoying this experience more just because the crowd is so hype, especially yesterday. I mean, today people showed up, but yesterday it was just so loud that it was like, I've never experienced something like that.
Shout out to them for showing up, yeah. Like
I didn't even see what I did.
No pun intended.
I do want to ask you about the game real quick. Who are you guys supporting, and what have you made of the map 1 and map 2 so far?
So I've got my heart with Fnatic, but my brain is on Navi's side, and I guess that's why they're losing. I am known as the Jinx, so I'm sorry, Navi. I guess this loss is on me.
I am also rooting for Fnatic. After meeting Boaster in Turkey, I was like, I'm just a Boaster fan. I'm rooting for them.
I'll hook you up with a sticker. He's giving out stickers at this event.
Yeah,
so
hell yeah.
For the next you'll have one. Now, FRT, he's going to be going up against you, Tarek, in the show match. He had a few strong words to say yesterday. He was giving it, so you want to respond to that?
Interesting, yeah, he's been the nicest guy. I met him for the first time at this event, but then I heard he was talking smack, and I actually loved that. But we'll see who's doing the smacking during the match, and I'll try to give him a few rounds during the game, and I know my team will have fun, but I'll make sure their team has fun too. Don't worry about it, but we're coming for that ass, okay? We're coming for that ass.
What do you make of that, Jody?
That's kind of you to allow them to have fun.
I'll make sure they have a good time. I know we will.
Oh, thank you so much, you guys. I'm sure the watch party's having a good time as well, so shout out to Tarek's chat. I have to give them a shout out every single time we're here.
They'll appreciate that.
Thank you very much, you guys, and I'm going to throw this back to Doug and Bala and see if Navi can bring this back.
Thank you, Yinsu. Yeah, it seems almost impossible, really, kind of given what we saw in the first half from Fnatic, given the struggles where Navi tried to put their playmakers in space to take over rounds. They weren't able to convert on that. They weren't able to execute. It just seems like they don't have nearly the same oomph that we've seen previously.
Yeah, and the control that we even saw from Fnatic on Haven, too. I mean, that did go down to the wire. It didn't go to 13-11, but you did not expect that to carry over into this map, and 10-2 now. Fnatic is racing towards the grand finals in this best of 5. No matter what, not over yet, not over on this map, not over in this series. Navi came back from a 9-3 against Crew. But what a different team this Fnatic is.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, you really can't even make the comparison, right? Fnatic just looks so drilled. They look so complete right now, making very few, if any, mistakes that we've seen. And yeah, Navi may be really good on the attacking half historically on Lotus, but how do you surmount a 10-2 deficit?
Yeah, and that stat completely skewed. We've only seen it one time for them. I think overall, sure, it's good, but let's see this fight. Angel versus Alfier. He gets the jump on him. Up on top of the root, and Angel finally gets some control back. This turret, this alarm bot is down. But with the wall, they've actually denied them the space. They're going to try to wait out the fuel right now.
CNED looking for a target, looking for a head to take. Thing is, Fnatic have 3 members here already.
Yeah, but they pivoted through the door. They've read the situation well. Chronicle was staying up towards Heaven for the majority of that.
Note here very quickly, there's not a lot of utility on the side of either of these teams. Leo has a little bit. But this could be chaotic.
Well, Angel's not even in the fight right now. There's 2 players holding the breakable door.
Fnatic attempting to take the site back. Boaster pushing through the smoke, and he may have bit off a bit too much. Kills getting traded back and forth. Dirk and Leo, the only 2 that remain. Numbers in favor of Navi. As the Prowler goes aggressive, Leo gets the shots. And that's another kill now. Dirk on the tap. Oh, the timing not great. That could have been problematic. It could be very problematic. Dirk to stick it, he has to hold it. And it's around for Navi.
That post plant definitely fell apart for Na'Vi there. It felt like multiple people were on different pages. They're holding onto the breakable door. They also had a little bit of heaven control, but CNED backs off of it. That allows that flank through door by Leo to come really, really slowly. And then Angel and Sugetsu were the final wall for Fnatic to get through. So they gave themselves at least a contingency plan, but still not the cleanest. Angel gets across.
Yeah, but they know where he is.
He's isolatable. And this is where Zippon shined in their first bout against Crew. Was on this attack side, was finding early picks actually. Just felt very comfortable playing on this map.
Two shorties on the side of Fnatic in the hands of Boaster and Alfier. And they are a bit spread here as they try to control the opposite sides of the map.
And you could tell actually the difference between how Leo and Zippon approach their role. Both play very similar roles. Leo was 8-0, first kills and first death, but Zippon very good in the ratio, but taking a lot more.
Yeah. Boaster playing in the smoke, trying to find some value with the shorty. Still safe for now, the spam not landing. He's jumping into the molly. He's expecting a kill there, and he gets one.
The Phantom.
22 HP, he's been able to upgrade a weapon, and he goes for more. But Zippon able to clean him up. Remaining guns on the side of Fnatic, not great, less than stellar. And now Alfier is left alone. He's isolated. He's late to the party. And he's been good, but I don't know that he's been good enough to win a 1v3 of the Classic.
Now the interesting part about the lead here for Fnatic, if they let this slip even a little bit, it's not a situation like, for example, their Icebox comp or some of their other compositions where they can get free rounds eventually with the ults. This one's not nearly as powerful on defense, at least. Maybe on attack you can make that argument. But it's much too soon to think Na'Vi still has a real chance back into this.
Clean couple of rounds out from Na'Vi. We'll see that. I mean, they still have Zippon with the Guardian, so their money seems like it's going to be rolling very well for the next couple of rounds.
One enemy remaining.
I mean, thank goodness for Na'Vi that Phantom that Boaster picked up only had one bullet, because I think that made him get a little panicky.
Yep.
If it had more than that, he had all the room to play with the time. They're going to go for C's nade against Angel, who TP'd across in the prior round. And catch him preemptively. Switch up to the Haunt. And they've cleared out the back of that spot. Ninja's looking for Leo right now.
Turret's gonna spot, no swing off of it. Patience out from Leo.
That wall completely spammable. Zippon trying to find it with the Guardian at that range. Reminder, Leo still has not died first in this tournament.
Very well played from Angel there to draw out the Killjoy utility. And yeah, they have to invest a Prowler to clear out spaces that they probably should have had at the beginning of the map, but Fnatic have done such a good job of investing that utility to create control in that space.
Sugetsu had a deep turret that Boaster just broke. But knowing that's up, Boaster also knows Sugetsu's close, but huge kill out from CNED, and they've got the advantage.
Boaster's still here, though. He's still close by. He takes a step back. How much more can he find? 4v4 here on the round. Shao getting the spike down.
I like this deep smoke here. They can control Waterfall a lot better that way. Still maybe even play up on the site, but Boaster's through it.
Look at Angel's positioning. He hits the timing right here. He can secure the round for Na'Vi. Meanwhile, the rest of the fight has to hold on the site. They have to be able to buy time for him, but Boaster and Leo playing spoiler. And they're gonna go aggressive. Zippan's down. It's all on to Angel, and he's not able to do anything. Boaster gets 4 on the round. The defuse is going to come through, and Fnatic get to 11.
They're just playing so good. No matter how Na'Vi try, no matter how optimized some of their hits are, Boaster to find one to escape. And there's no utility there because he picks off the perfect person. And Sugetsu, who has the utility to clear out his space. And his safe haven in Waterfall there. A 4K.
Let's get freaky.
For the IGL.
Oh, and he's feeling it.
When does
Na'Vi play? Yikes.
That's harsh.
Yep.
That's harsh.
Fair question, though. Oh, they read? They read him!
Hey, he's just forced out there. The nade going through. Wasn't even a season that, too. He just TP'd right into it.
I mean, Fnatic have very comfortably camped out in Navi's mind right now.
In Angel's mind.
I mean, there's nothing that's working. Fnatic have been so dominant.
Ooh, this wall is kind of hindering Alpha here. He's got the turret watching anybody walking out of B, but he wanted to take the fights here.
Little utility may be headed his way.
Oh,
the nade just a
late,
little delayed, yeah.
He has the wall to back off of and no line of sight to those pellets.
CNED spotted. Position betrayed, but Durka lands the shots. Now, how much more can he find? It's Ipen on the challenge. The swing is there, and Durka's glad to receive, but it's traded right back. Fnatic again with the numbers advantage, with map control.
Oh. It's desperate, this lockdown. It's absolutely desperate. You expect him to be falling off. He tries to get through the Cosmic Divide with only 15 seconds left.
Na'Vi just look lost. Yeah, Na'Vi just look lost, man. Yes, there's no magic there. They haven't been able to convert on many of these clutches, but the truth is they're finding themselves in these 1vx's late in rounds regardless. So you're setting yourself up for that 20 seconds prior to those tense moments. And if you find yourself in that repeatedly, you're asking for a lot.
I mean, what can you do when your IGL and Smokes player dies first? And the thing is, they didn't recognize that nade came through in the prior round, or that there was any attempt at all.
Yeah, right. Yep.
Actually, it didn't even come in. They just used the haunt to clear it all out.
Na'Vi really just feel like they've kind of whimpered into this series. Yeah, they had to run back at things on Haven to keep things interesting, but even then, it really just felt like when was Fnatic going to close it out? Yep. It never really felt like Na'Vi were in control.
And look, we've got a final timeout here for Na'Vi, and yes, they're going to make a run at things here. They're going to try to make a run at things, I should say. But more importantly, they've got to get their mind right to try to go for a reverse sweep, and they've done it before. This team has done it before in other situations, not on a global stage, not on LAN. In the offseason, they had one. And in an open qualifier, they had one. So, like, you think, okay, maybe, but not with the Na'Vi that showed up today. No. Not with what we've seen so far in these first two maps.
I mean, they look like a shell of the team that we were all touting as the best here. Given their performance, I mean, yeah, it seems very reasonable, but they just look so incomplete right now. This does not look like the same team.
Well, I think it's Fnatic in a lot of senses. Just the raw power of a player like Durka. Ooh, is this actually not clear? They break it, and they get two players up inside the B corridor. That could definitely trap a player later on, especially with the way they play the off angles. Just complete denial on the door, but important for them to actually break that and bait out that alarm or the nanoswarm there from Alphair.
He still has some utility to keep him safe, to keep A secured. But you're right, that's one big step down. Poor Alphair, he's getting everything thrown his way. Can he hold them back again? He can!
Yeah, but the Nightfall there actually denies. Durka popped his ult. They're just faking there. And Alfir didn't have the info, but he still gets a kill.
Chronicle, now the one to have to hold them back on C.
It's Angel again who falls too, so they don't really have any space to play in this post plant. They're gonna have to play aggressive here. And Zippon has no flashes to make that happen. They're going into Boaster.
Hasn't worked before, but can it work now? Durka falls first. They're not expecting Boaster here. Oh, he swings around the turret.
Oh.
Chronicle with two massive ones. He drops down and he gets a third! Unreal performance. Individually, they seem immaculate. As a team, it seems like they can do no wrong. And it's another round, another map in favor of Fnatic.
Boaster immediately up on his feet. Asking the crowd to give them more, asking the crowd to start thinking about sending Navi home. We're only 2 maps in. I think the expectation was a insane Navi, was the Navi that we saw against Crew, the Navi that we saw against Secret, the Navi that we saw take down a favorite in Leviathan. And maybe the fans were right and the pundits were wrong, because Fnatic are that team.
Man, everything, again, really everything going their way. Fnatic just looks so strong right now. And the questions around Fraudnatic just seems like such a distant memory right now.
Oh, it's gone. It's gone. I mean, I don't even have a thought in my mind about that. Not the Fnatic that showed up at Champions in either state. That team is long gone.
Long gone indeed. Unreal performance out from Fnatic as they take down map 2, map 3, and potentially the last on the other side of this break. We'll be right back. Dude, they're just getting clapped.
Yep.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
No karma, no karma, my future, no karma, my future, no karma, my future, go harder, no karma, no karma, my future, no karma, my future, no karma, my future, go harder, no karma, no karma, my future, no karma, my future, no karma, my future, go harder, no karma, 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 no karma. You've been on my mind. You've been on my mind. You've been on my my mind. You've been on my mind.
Show 'em how you like it. Wave around around. Shake it up and down. Girl, break it down. Show 'em how you like it. Wave around around. Shake it up and down. Girl, break it down. Show 'em how you like it. Wave around around. Shake it up and down. Girl, break it down. Show 'em how you like it.
We were pretty confident going into the match with Leviathan because probably we didn't play practice against them at all. We didn't experience them playing super good in practice, so we wasn't scared like other teams, you know? I'm not super happy. It's like I'm still aiming for MVP this tournament, you know? And it looks like other players from my team are a bit higher, so I need to step it up next games. I would say Synod is a bit more aggressive. I'm super proud of him. Like he jumped into a super structured team like ours, and he's doing a great job despite him having to play different agents across different maps. It was a confident win. Don't know what else to say. I'm just happy.
The reposition. Nothing to get to. 1v3 push up found. 1, 2, 3!
I think in Fnatic everyone is able to perform really well, except Bostro. I feel Bostro is not obviously new to AGLing, yeah, but he's in the start of his pass and he's gonna be insane later. But at this moment I feel pretty confident playing against him in terms of counter-strating, in terms of everything related to IGL. I would say I'm natural born leader, but the traits which required to be good AGL, it's only experience. You need to try something new all the time, then remember which worked, which not. Just a lot of tries, a lot of mistakes is what makes you a good AGL. Good luck, have fun.
Welcome back to the Valorant Lock-In Tournament. Achilleos, Angel, and the rest of Na'Vi may have come into the tournament and the series confident, but I gotta wonder how they're feeling now going down 2-0 in much more dominant fashion on this most recent map of Lotus.
I mean, you have to feel like the confidence is getting shattered a little bit. They decided to go for this Lotus yet again. It's the second time showing it, and it's even worse than the first time. Not really able to get anything done. 4 rounds collectively picked up. Didn't get to see them attempt that run back on the attacking side that they were able to pull off against Crew. This was just brutal. You can tell that Fnatic have had this map workshop, they have been ready, and they also studied the ever-loving hell out of what Na'Vi ran.
Yeah, and talking about that matchup in the IGLs that Angel was mentioning himself, it felt like he, as an IGL, was unable to find the read on this defensive side. Initially, they had some good ideas, I think. They were struggling with early information, so they started getting aggressive, taking a long, taking mound. That was initially successful, but then immediately, Fnatic, they take their pause, they pivot on over, they have the read on it, and are able to punish it. It felt like Fnatic was one step ahead on the ideas, on the calls for that whole first half.
And that felt like the only positive. That was literally the only thing we saw from Na'Vi in that first half that had any sort of credence to it. I mean, shout out to whoever in the audience is asking the real questions. When does Na'Vi play? Because literally only one team has shown up so far. First map, discussion aside, that was still sloppy in my eyes from Na'Vi. That wasn't the expected level. Couple of clutch rounds slipping through, but Fnatic firmly in the driving seat now.
Yeah, I can't for the life of me wrap my head around picking a map where you just look absolutely abysmal on the defending side. 0 out of 10 on retake attempts there for the side of Na'Vi. Why do you keep doing this? You got brutalized by Crew on that defending side. They still like to go to this map. We know that they have stronger maps in this pool. There's things like Ascent that are available, and they leave it for the 5th map. We might not make it that far.
The crazy thing on the back of that as well, Fnatic win more 4v5s the Na'Vi win 5v4s.
5v4s. Yeah.
Like, that is just an outrageous stat.
Yeah, statistically, you want to forget this map if you're Na'Vi because nothing looks good for you.
Yeah, now that puts them in such a brutal position now where you're down 0-2. You play into a map where they should be favored, right? That was Fnatic's first ever official there. They get out called, and that's kind of what we prided Na'Vi in going into this matchup, right? When Fnatic tends to run out of ideas in later maps, this team always has something fresh, and Angel didn't here.
Which, just to quickly as well, we did see Fnatic almost overcooking the pot in the mid-round. It was like they were hesitant, and Na'Vi still didn't capitalize. There wasn't anything for Na'Vi to cling to actually capitalize on some of those rounds.
And if we're going to talk about confidence building, you know that Fnatic's building confidence right now. Boaster in particular, he came away with a 4K in our Verizon high-speed moment of the match. Take a look at the IGL for Fnatic, absolutely feeling himself.
Man was just anchoring down the seaside. You can see Durko's getting ready to rotate around to join in, trying to reinforce his position, but Boaster didn't really need the reinforcements. He was able to just go ahead and pick them apart, challenging these duels one after the other, and you can see the frustration there on CNET, just feeling like he's unable to do anything. Angel, slight little misread on which angle he should approach from, doesn't come to the CT side, goes over to Waterfall, and Boaster just gets him one by one.
Yeah, and beyond just the teams, you can see the difference in performance across the two IGLs. Angel was back on his same game plan of on the attacking side, I'm going to be teleporting in, taking space at Rubble, going for these lurks, trying to make himself a playmaker. In the video, he was saying, I want to be this tournament's MVP, but in this matchup, he fell flat while Boaster, the player less talked about, was popping off.
All right, so we find ourselves in a similar position to yesterday. 2-0 scoreline for one team and needing the reverse sweep.
Don't even start.
Hypoc, we're going to Fracture, baby. Start building it up for me. How does Na'Vi get back into it?
Like a record skip, and I'm going to come back. It gets stronger for Na'Vi, but they have to dig themselves out of this hole. They have to. This basically just complete reset here. Let's look at these last 3 maps as individual opportunities now to close this out. But it's going to take a lot of determination. This is where they need to tap into the experience of Angel as the IGL, the grit and determination of these players individually and what they're capable of.
I will say, this does, I'm right there with you, Dash, this does kind of echo what we saw yesterday. Fairly close, one map, a kind of dominant one on the other side there from Loud taking down DRX, and then that run back begins. Both teams weren't looking like themselves, weren't looking like the players that we know that they can be. Now it has to be the turnaround for Na'Vi.
Well, if Na'Vi's going to do it, they got to arm themselves with the proper tools, Mimi, here in the Prime Gaming Agent Select.
Na'Vi has been playing this double controller composition. Despite the Omen nerfs, they've still been leaning into that one, playing Angel on the Cypher. They are going back to that composition, but my question is, on this defensive side, picking that Cypher, oftentimes playing these setups that are heavier towards one side, leaving Angel to anchor, that feels exploitable with Durko on the raise.
Wow, no real surprises when it comes to what the teams themselves lock in, but plenty of differences between these two compositions. So I feel like this actually in some ways gives Na'Vi their best chance because you're not necessarily matching utility 1 for 1. With that, we know that Na'Vi's got to get it done here on map number 3. We're ready for it, which means it's time to send back to our casters. Here's Doug and Bala.
Thank you, Dash. I know we're ready for it. The question is, are Na'Vi ready for it? Because I'm not going to lie to you, Bala. The desk alluded to yesterday and how there was almost a reverse sweep and it was really exciting at the end. This feels so distant from what we saw yesterday. I almost cannot fathom a reality in which that is the case.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's some similarities. I think both Na'Vi and DRX kind of trolled in the map vetoes and allowed the... I mean, DRX, it was a much different situation because it was like a very distinct style of maps that they brought out in the first 2 with the Harbor Viper stuff. But Na'Vi a little bit more standard. It's just the maps that they really weren't... I mean, I completely agree with Achilleos about Lotus. I completely agree with Hypoc about Haven as well and how weak Na'Vi potentially looked on that. But if that's the case, then maybe they have set themselves up for forcing this reverse sweep. Forcing themselves to have to deal with this.
And now it's having to deal with the attacking side from Fnatic here in this opener to Fracture.
And this is the half that Fnatic started on against 100 Thieves. And it looked very good. It started off with them farming orbs. Mostly funneling them to Boaster, though. This time, Alfreer is the one who gets one up. Slow approach in the first 40 seconds, though. I don't think they've noted the wall here from Sugetsu, though. This one's going to be difficult for them to get through. It looks like they want to do a sand crunch. And this Viper wall's blocking both sides.
Ooh, that nade is good. CNET able to apply some pressure and provide some space from the opposite side of the site.
This gives them a massive pocket on the backside here.
Sugetsu playing up top. He's got light armor. The nade not going to land for now, so he's still concealed, and they're able to swing out and apply pressure from opposite sides. Clean shots out from Na'Vi.
And Dirk is in damage control. Picking up an orb. And that was clean from Sugetsu on the site there. But also, you really expected this wall to give them more room to actually work with and pounce out of. But the pathing that they took, the spike going over towards drop, if that person falls, he was by himself. They're really having trouble getting that back in there as the smokes fade from the first denial of the Sand Crunch. That's the start you need from Na'Vi. You need it to be clean. You need it to look like the fracture that they brought out against Leviathan.
One enemy remaining.
The truth is, I think for the Na'Vi faithful, you take almost anything at this point, but that is an excellent start. That sets them up for their vintage Na'Vi buy, where they're able to buy some rifles and then keep pistols the rest of the way.
This is the third orb now connected for Fnatic.
Yeah, more than halfway to having Alfear's lockdown in play.
And you know how big of an impact it had in that series against 100 Thieves. They're going to get a second, and I think they're going to just go on an orb mission, even potentially go all the way back to Dish.
Feels like they're
Xiao's
playing a
here. He might peek, but they're nading him off, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they got what they wanted. They got what they came
Boss
for.
is calling. He's going over towards drop. Hey, let's go for all four.
Yeah,
one more, and Alfear will have his ult next round.
Yeah.
Just one more orb. Sugetsu's here to try to deny, but he's up against 5. There's the molly. Maybe we'll get a couple vulnerable tags.
But the nade's going to help. But
oh, they're going to fight.
Oh my gosh, they are.
This is dangerous now.
I think the utility provides enough cover for them to secure it, yeah.
I mean, hey, this is already such a successful eco round. They're going to have his ult next round, no matter what happens. Unless he somehow doesn't die, doesn't get a kill.
Which is kind of alarming for Na'Vi, because even when Fnatic are at a deficit, they're still getting what they want. Boaster didn't want that shot in between his eyes, but Angel delivered it anyway. Again, note the pistols are all that Fnatic have to work with here. And they've made it interesting. Leo has just made it exceptionally interesting here. But again, it all just falls down onto Chronicle. And again, the purchase strategy from Na'Vi should make things okay.
Yeah, they carry 3 rifles, 2 Bulldogs, 1 Phantom into this round. I do wonder as well how the slight shift in the weapon preference for Na'Vi has actually affected them in this. Because obviously Fnatic going for the light armor strat.
Right.
And the switch is what I mean by Zip-On picking up a Phantom, Angel. I think both of those sometimes we're picking it up. But it does feel like a wholehearted shift from a lot of different players here.
Leo once again taking ropes, rejoining with the rest of his team.
You 100% expect here for Alfear to go to the underpass ult. Remember, there's no Brimstone on Navi's side. Not that it would have mattered anyways, because there's no way 2 of these ults would have gotten online at the same time in this round 3. And they will ult. Leo's stuck here, taking a first duel against CNET and Zip-On, and he'll get the first.
He might get the second too, he does. And a third, honestly, is around the corner. But the timing just not favoring Angel. He swings out just as Leo has vacated the premises. And they're going to rotate right back into him.
You might think Angel there is late to clear with the rest of his team, but he actually put a camera down in tree at the beginning of the round.
Oh, they knew. They knew. They had the fault line set up, but Leo wins it out without needing the help.
I think he actually rushed to get back into that while Leo got those first 2 kills, and Leo heard him.
Okay, Na'Vi making a run back at this thing.
They're all off the site. There's a molly that just went out. Chronicle also has his aftershock. There's so much utility here to actually deal with, and there's not going to be time.
Yeah, there's not a lot of time. And then the molly, Xiao has to back off, and he just backs off into his death. Alfear gets 2 on the round. Fnatic get on the board.
Same start as Haven. That one, I mean, really nothing from Na'Vi to counter there. They want to go on the fast flank as the KJ ult is going off. but there's no flash there from Zippon. There's no boombot from CNET to try to deal with the one player holding the flank in Leo. We just saw the stat, over 300 ACS against 100 Thieves. And he might have the same type of performance if he continues this way.
An outrageous start for the newcomer, for Fnatic. The truth is, both of the new pieces have performed admirably. This time it's Alpha feeling some pressure on the northern side.
This is where the Omen shines, is in that A halls. And that's why Fnatic's avoiding it. And there's a little bit here for Angel and Sugetsu. They're going to clear this, actually. Fight in front of the Nightfall.
How much more can they get? They've already taken care of two massive keys.
That nade from Zippon as well is huge to actually allow Angel to escape there while they fight in front. Sugetsu takes the first peek, then Angel takes a different angle. What?
Again, things keep clicking for Fnatic. Just when it seems like Na'Vi may have an advantage,
Great
Fnatic
flash.
seem to stick around. An excellent flash, you're absolutely right. Alfier and Leo fall. Chronicle has plenty of money to work with.
Now, this is where Na'Vi faltered, so to see them, again, actually come out with this round is very important when we talk about form, when we talk about how they look coming out of the gates on the rest of the maps. There is way more layers to their fracture than the first two maps that we saw so far. Way more ideas, way more prep. The way that they re-cleared there, wanting to fight in front of any of the utility that Fnatic throw, wanting to fight in front of the Nightfall. For Fnatic, the idea is, okay, if we Nightfall, they're going to fall back. If we Nightfall, we can play with the sound. But look at the re-clear. This feels almost like a A-Long Haven re-clear.
Yeah, yep.
But with that nade out as well, you get some safety. Chronicle, that's against no tracers. That's why I'm shocked by that shot. Just having the angle on Angel. Known down pat.
Light armor for Fnatic, a stinger in the hands of Boaster. Ultimate, I guess, close by for Durka, but still far away enough. Once again, they regroup on the southern side.
I get this buy up because of how clean that round where Leo caught the flank was when they had the ultimate up. Hasn't been a focus on the orb since then. There's gonna be a flash here. Zippon can try to challenge. They could also double flash. Remember what we were mentioning moments ago about how difficult it is to take this halls against Xiao when he's playing this Omen. Not only the one way, but then the long, deep, very narrow hallway allows for that paranoia to do massive work.
They're gonna split. Oh, and he's not able to take off.
Well, he's by himself. There's no utility at all for him.
And they are gonna get Hall's control, but how much more are they gonna get, or are they gonna get stuck? CNET takes care of Boaster. The spike's still not left Halls. And now they have utility dumped at their feet. They can't find any room to breathe, any room to work. They're gonna have to fight out of the corner. They've been put into an Alfier with two massive kills. Xiao dancing around, drops the spike. Oh, that could have been trouble. That could have been disaster. 13 seconds left, and the spike's not gonna make its way out.
Oh, he thought he could cheat that. Leo just trying to take the orb as they go into the next round. That one's, again, very nice. Although, I have to question... Oh, Alfier's having a round. Oh, that hurts. That hurts so much. Fnatic are going to be able to get another buy here, too, with the light armor as they're going. This is going to be really frustrating for Na'Vi to go up against. But this first engagement, that's what I was talking about right there. CNET finding Durka. When there's no utility thrown for him at all, he's by himself coming on a drop. I think what Fnatic's thinking is there's so much presence with that one-way going off, with the nade going through, with the flashes. Backstab on the players. But after that initial utility,
Here.
Oh, danger for
Yo, Killjoy. Think you could enhance my knives at some point? Maybe some lasers, homing tech. I'm just spitballing here.
Here. Sova removed. Enemy spotted A. Reloading. Reloading. Feeling safe. Enemy spotted A. Reloading. Placing sentry. Placing swarm grenade. Here. Careful here. Careful here. One enemy remaining.
Yikes, that sucks.
Weapon here. That should humble them. We survived.
Reloading.
Train harder. I need healing. For you.
Enemy spotted A. Blocking sight.
Here.
Reloading.
Stim beacon down.
Reloading. Reloading.
Placing alarm bot.
Spotted A. Reloading. Turret destroyed.
Reloading.
Launching smoke.
Reloading.
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 Reloading. Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out. Reloading. Reloading.
One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left.
Let me just swipe those biometrics.
I'm the last thing they'll see before they die. Lucky them. Gun here.
Gun here. As one.
There.
Placing swarm grenade. Healer down. Blocking sight. Reloading. Turret
Launching
out.
smoke.
Reloading. My ult ready. Healing.
No more Sova.
Reloading. Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out.
Weapon here.
Enemy spotted. B.
Flank planted.
Wall raised.
One enemy remaining.
Here. They're losing heart. I can feel it.
Continue to overwhelm them. Blocking sight. Reloading.
Reloading.
Using alarm bot. Here.
Here.
Barrier created. Reloading. Here. Goodbye. Enemy spotted. A. Reloading. Reloading. Stealing sight. Reloading.
Prepare for hellfire.
Healing you. Reloading.
One enemy remaining.
Reloading.
Right here. Enemy spotted A. Right here.
Placing sentry.
30 seconds left.
Reloading.
As much as this world hurt me,
Weapon here.
it's mine, and I will kill to defend it.
Here.
Need a drop.
Here. Here. Here.
There.
Here.
One brimstone is enough.
Reloading.
Enemy spotted A. Reloading.
Placing swarm grenade.
Reloading.
Reloading. Reloading. Out. One down.
You fought well.
Weapon
Enemy
here.
spotted A.
Here.
One enemy remaining.
Let me eyes. Kacker. Mr. Kacker. Warum?
Turret out.
30 seconds left. Spike down A.
Stim beacon down.
I got an ace.
The symphony of death. Don't worry. You get used to it.
Here. My ultimate is ready.
Smoke down.
Stand down. Cutting them.
Initiated. Blocking sight. Wall raised.
Spike planted.
Turret out. Placing swarm areas clear. Placing swarm grenade.
your feet!
Power's out.
One enemy remaining.
Here.
Shoot the bad guys. How's that for a plan?
Need a drop.
Together!
Reloading.
Blocking sight.
Here. Your duty is not over.
Back where I belong.
The hunt begins.
Placing sentry. 3. For you.
Let me eyes.
Carrier is dead.
Spike down A.
Bomb grenade out. Reloading. Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out. Reloading.
One enemy remaining.
Jackass. Right here.
30 seconds left. Last player standing.
I got the spike.
Prepare for hellfire!
Is everyone's tech still working? Double check it, please. Can I get this?
Thanks. 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 You know what to do.
Enemy spot healing you.
Out of here. My ult's ready.
Night night. Turret out. Plant the spike. Enemy spotted A. Right here. Here. Enemy spotted A.
One enemy remaining.
Barrier created.
Stay alive. I want their life.
Weapon
not
here.
yours.
Can someone get this? Thank you.
Blurring their vision.
Placing alarm bot.
Nowhere to run!
At ease, soldier.
Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out. Reloading. Reloading.
Reyna killed. My ultimate is ready. Turret down.
One enemy remaining.
Together, we will bury them under their transgression.
Spike down B.
I have the spike. Here.
Sage really.
Remove. Rest. My ultimate is ready.
One enemy remaining.
Your duty is not over.
Off your feet!
Here.
Plant the spike.
Spike planted. Just give me a moment. Weapon here.
They're just batteries, and I need a recharge.
Watch and learn. Who trained you?
Enemy removed.
Turret out.
Enemy spotted B.
One enemy remaining.
Plant the spike.
Stim beacon here.
Spike down.
Long.
You're terrible.
Last round before the switch.
We lose everything after this. Spend it.
Embarrass them.
Turret out.
The hunt begins.
Spike down. Defender spawn.
Gotcha. Ay, corazón.
Prepare for hellfire!
One enemy remaining.
Mr. How you do this?
Outlet is ready. They
Nice,
were
Mr.
not
Kaka.
good enough. Your duty is not over.
Switching sides.
Crazy. I'm amped. Let's go. I got things to do.
Hello.
Let's rush together.
Here. 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 We are immovable.
Sentry. Destroyed.
Enemy spotted B.
Spike down
Enemy
B.
spotted B.
For you. One enemy remaining. Flawless.
Spike spotted B.
Amazing. I am honored.
Match point.
Once we win, just dump all your tech in my lab. I'll
Fix it up.
Oh yeah.
Fight!
Someone enemy spotted A.
Lose this round, then we can play another round and make it.
Enemy spotted A.
Spike planted.
Enemy spotted A.
Last player standing.
The enemy only looks composed. They're happy to drop.
No prisoners. Turret out. Turret down.
Barrier created.
Spike planted.
Enemy spotted B. Enemy spotted B. Oh!
Still in sight.
Last player standing.
Let's get these idiots. Reloading.
Fun begins!
Enemy spotted A. Spotted A.
Spike planted.
For you.
All enemies A. Turret out. Turrets destroyed.
Last player standing.
Everyone note down your observations, then let's run it again. Placing sentry. Quick peeks now. Turret out. Here.
Right here.
Wall raised.
Spike planted.
On my mark. Stim beacon here.
Enemy spotted B. I'm gonna stay where
Here.
The bulldog on my body. Sage.
Last player standing.
We get a pick, we move in. Got it?
Placing sentry. Keep it cool. That's how you survive.
Wall raised.
Turret destroyed.
Launching smoke.
Gun here.
My ultimate is ready.
Spike down B.
Initiated. Lockdown.
Last player standing.
They don't have a single life worth saving.
There. Turret out.
Barrier created. Here.
Smoke's down. Launching smoke. Smoke's down.
Sage killed.
Spike planted.
Placing sentry.
Right here.
Got one.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Prepare for hellfire!
I know what must be done.
Turret out.
This is gonna be fun. Barrier here.
Variable removed.
You will not kill my ally!
Spike planted.
Feeling sight.
Off your feet!
Enemy spotted.
Last player standing.
This place is nice, but not nice enough to die in. Let's win and get out of here.
Turret out. For you, hermanita. Careful here. Kill my bot. Enemy spotted.
Spike
B.
down,
My
B.
ultimate. What's this? Enemy spotted. Enemy down.
Last player standing. Spike planted. One enemy
Ultimate is
remaining.
ready.
Not again.
Their tech is only as good as their skill. And there,
We have some beat. Placing sentry.
Now we win.
Nowhere to run!
Spike planted.
Opponent killed.
Hey, soldier. Open up the sky!
Here.
One enemy remaining.
Beacon down. Molly!
Did you really expect that to work?
Defenders win.
This is who I was meant to be. Oh.
Match found.
Yeah, can you play Smoke Baby?
They think I'm an old dog? I'll show them just how many tricks I know. What did Kingdom get itself into this time?
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Enemy and defender spawn.
I'm out of here. Flawless.
That Phoenix won't be smiling when I'm done with him.
This is gonna be fun.
Fully smoked. Right here. Molly!
It's B. Omen was 8. Back it.
Watch out! I'm out of here! Go, go, go!
Spike planted.
We're good!
Last player standing.
Let's go, Brim! X-Kingdom represent!
We echo or buy?
Keep up. Enemy spotted B. Multiple enemies A. Many enemies A. Ugh.
Molly!
Spike down A.
Smoke's down.
Spike planted.
Always.
Launching smoke. Stim beacon down. Right here.
Last player standing. remaining.
Please stay alive. I hate making new friends.
You all have guns. Now use them.
Fully smoked.
Spike down B.
Right there.
Molly.
Three.
Gun here. Right here.
You're going to do one S.
Go, go, go!
And 90. You have to do.
Decoy.
A.
Nice go.
Gun here.
We can do this again.
Gun here.
I belong here. We all belong here. Gotta go! Gotta go! Go, go, go!
Keep up.
Enemy spotted B.
Launching smoke.
They fake A and go and they fake B and A. The chest.
Right here. Right here.
They are top.
Molly. Open up the sky.
Spike down A.
Stim beacon here.
The hunt begins.
One enemy remaining.
Headshot. Smoke's down.
Headshot.
30 seconds left.
Gun here.
Maybe he comes from A hole. Watch out.
10 seconds left.
Nice guys, nice.
I'll do my job, you do yours.
Go, go, go!
I need a drop.
Can you buy me?
Talk, talk.
Thank
I've
you.
got cash. Anyone need something?
Thanks. Thanks.
Of course I can, man.
Decoy.
Fully smoked. Right
Joke's
here.
over! You're dead!
Molly.
Enemy decoy.
Stim beacon here.
Spike down
Face
B.
your fear!
money.
It was attacker side push. Maybe
One
he
enemy
goes
remaining.
went into spawn.
Reloading.
Pick something nice to kill them with. It's the least we can do.
Gotta go.
Two more.
I need a drop. Talk.
This is our home.
I've got cash. Anyone need something?
I'm out of here.
Fully smoked. Molly. Taken down. Right here.
Spike planted.
Gotcha. Stim beacon down.
One enemy remaining.
Take this.
Last player standing.
That's why.
Remember to talk to each other out there. If we communicate, we win.
I need a drop.
Brimstone bei mir. Thank you, my friend.
Launching smoke.
Omen smoked
right here.
To B. I stun main.
Spike planted.
They're dead.
Blasting!
I'm out of here. Shotgun.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Spikes. I'm out of here.
We get a pick, we move in. Got it?
Go, go, go.
Knock him down, Breach.
Fully smoked. Open up the sky. Molly.
Was dishes.
Right here. Joke's over! You're dead!
Last player standing.
Down you go.
Spike planted.
Behind you, door. Amen.
Clutch.
Leave some fight for the rest of us, old man.
Actually nice, bro. Actually nice.
Gotta go.
Thanks. Safety's off.
Enemy spotted B.
Category.
Cutting through.
Face left. Nice done, Amen.
Face your fear! Spike planted. Last player standing.
This place is nice, but not nice enough to die in. Let's go in and get out of here.
Smoke's down.
Watch this!
I'm out of here.
No.
It's a defect.
Gotta go.
Smoke's down.
Reloading. Spike planted.
Go, go, go. Coming through. Gotta go.
Enemy spotted A.
One enemy remaining.
I'm out of here.
Last round in the half.
No point
Go, go,
saving.
go.
Spend it all.
Need equipment.
I need a drop.
Thanks.
Talk.
Launching smoke.
Joke's over! You're dead!
It's B.
Someone's in defender spawn.
Molly.
Spike planted.
Now we're cooking. My ult's ready. Launching smoke.
Last player standing.
Like butter, baby.
Open up the sky!
Switching sides.
None of getting the message. Leave it to me, I'll rough them up.
I'm out of here. Gotta go.
I need a drop. Tack, tack. I need a drop.
Go, go, go.
Tack, tack.
Gotta go. Ah, break's over. I'm out of here.
Smoke's down.
Time to
Go,
jump.
go, go. Reloading.
Enemy spotted.
Many enemies, A.
Spike plant.
Reloading.
Night, night.
Right here.
One enemy remaining.
Sucked.
Just swapping in the fusion cells. Okay, my arms are good. We can go.
Together.
Go, go, go. Shortcut.
Launching smoke.
Reloading. Bank teleport.
Molly.
Right there. Plant the spike. Plant the spike.
Set can play.
Blinding.
Last player standing.
I hate to say it, but probably best to play as a team. So, what's the plan? I'm out of here.
Hit them fast, hit them hard. Enemy spotted A. Reload. Flash out. Enemy spotted A.
Trevor!
Watch this.
Right
Go,
here.
go, go. Shortcut. Reloading. Gotta go. Reloading.
Molly.
Bye-bye.
Enemy A. Enemy. Ugh.
Smoke's down. Right here.
Last player standing. Spike down A.
Race into the spike sites.
Watch and learn.
I'm out of here.
Molly!
Gotta go.
Reloading.
Good.
Clearing out.
I flashed.
Beacon down.
Down. My ult's ready.
Who trained you?
Spike planted.
Flash out.
Last player standing.
I got your backs. Just, you know, from the front. Go, go, go! Spike's here.
You know what to do.
Gotta go!
Nice try. I'm out of here.
Reloading.
Done
I'm out
here.
of here.
Fully smoked.
Spike down A.
70 on Omen. Just on the box.
Enemy spotted A.
Last player standing. Spike down A.
No there.
Blocking sight. Fire in this hole!
We doing this or what?